that our fathers have endured. It tells us, Israel, in the 10th verse again, they are turned back to the iniquities of their forefathers, which refused to hear my words. And they went after other gods to serve them. That is not talking about anybody here today serving Jesus. The house of Israel and the house of Yehudah have broken my covenant. It allows us to know that the covenant is broken. In our father's day, we have never been under a covenant. It says, which I made with their fathers. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. And though they shall cry unto me, I will not hearken to them. Then shall the cities of Yehudah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem go and cry unto the deities, and to whom they offer incense, but they shall not save them at all in the time of their troubles, in the times of Jacob's trouble. And Jacob find himself in trouble today, and no God have been able to save them out of it. It tells us in the 13th verse, for according to the number of thy cities were thy gods, O Yehudah, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem have you set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense unto the Lord. In many of your holy scripture, it will read Baal. Therefore, pray not for this people, neither lift up a cry or prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for their trouble. What have my beloved to do in my house, seeing she hath wrought lawlessness with many, and the holy flesh is passed from thee? When thou does evil, then thou rejoices. Yahweh called thy name a green olive tree, fair and of goodly fruit, with the noise of a great turmoil. He hath kindled fire upon it, and the branches of it are broken. For Yahweh of hosts, that planted thee, have pronounced it evil against thee. For the evil of the house of Israel and of the house of Yehudah, which they have done against themselves, to provoke me to anger, and offering incense unto the Lord, or Baal. So here it allows us to know the things that caused Jacob to be in trouble. And the brother keeper had to go and tell the rest of the family the trouble that they have brought upon themselves. And when the brother keeper have done so, as we've seen with Cain and Abel, as we've seen with Moses and his brethren, well, here we see another brother's keeper known as the great prophet, the weeping prophet Jeremiah. And he had to tell the children, the rest of his brothers and sisters, the troubles that they brought upon themselves. And let's see the response. Let's see, could we find another brother keeper among the multitude that was willing to do evil against the brother keeper that Yahweh sent? For it tells us in the same chapter, Jeremiah, the 11th chapter, if we pick up at the 18th verse, it reads, and Yahweh have given me knowledge of it, and I know it. Then assures me their doings. But I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter. And I knew not that they had devised devices against me. The same people I love, the same people I'm protecting, the same people that I'm being a brother keeper to, it says they done laid devices against me, saying, let us destroy the tree. With the fruit thereof. And let us cut him off from the land of the living, that his name, just because I love you, just because I'm more than able and willing to be a brother's keeper, envy and pride tells our people, let's cut him off from the land of the living, that his name may be no more remembered. But Yahweh of hosts, that judges righteously, that trieth the ruins and the heart, let me see thy vengeance on them. For unto thee have I revealed my cause. So it allows us to know, Israel, that many times our fathers have been among brother keepers, and those brother keepers was raised up. Many of them don't even know how they became a brother keeper, because the Almighty was dealing with these men from the womb. So they didn't know that they was being raised up to be brother keepers, to be rulers, to be judges, to be prophets, that they was going to have to be raised up early, being sent, and they didn't know that they was going to have to run into Cain each and every time. Because each and every time, that's who presented themselves to the prophets. The same spirit of Cain. It also tells us, if we take a look in the 18th chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us some of the similar things. If we pick up at the 11th verse of the 18th chapter of Jeremiah, it tells us, now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehuda. Look at the task that a brother keeper have to do. And mind you, after reading Genesis 4, we already know what to expect. You can expect death just by trying to keep your brother and sister on the right path. Thus it reads in Jeremiah the 18th chapter 11th verse, now therefore go to speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, thus said Yahweh, behold, I frame evil, Jacob's trouble, against you, and devises a device against you. Return you now, every one, from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good. And they said to the brother, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, even though Yahweh done sent the brother keeper to him. Even though Yahweh done sent the prophet rising up early to them, their response is going to denote the spirit of Cain. For their response, it reads again in the 12th verse, and they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. And we that know the story of the Holy Scripture know that that is the last thing they want to do. If they remembered Genesis, the 6th chapter, to the 7th or the 8th chapter, where the Almighty destroyed the first earth because the imagination of man was only evil. And here we get the same response from the people that have Cain's spirit upon them. And they read, or they say again, according to the 12th verse, and they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, as ye now among the heathen, who have heard such things. The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which comes from the rocks of the field, or shall the cold water, or the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people have forsaken me. They have burnt incense into vanity, and they have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths, to walk in paths in a way not cast up, to make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone that passed thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face in the day of their calamity, or in the day of Jacob's trouble. Then said they against the brother's keeper, come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah, for the law should not perish, and that denotes Jacob's troubles. Jacob is truly in trouble if the law is not being done. If the covenant of the law is broken, Jacob is in trouble. Thus, Jacob responds to the priest or to the prophet, for the law should not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come and let us smite him with the tongue, and let us not give heed to any of his words. So you can tell who a brother keeper is just by their words. And you can also tell who a brother keeper is not just by their actions toward the word. That's how easy it is. The Almighty is allowing us to make a distinction based on the words and the actions of the people. If they obey, then they on the good path. If they disobey, they was on the old path, or they was on the wrong path. And that path denoted their own devices, their own imagination. Well, the brother keeper was never sent to you to encourage you in your own devices, nor encourage you with your own doctrine or counsel or your own imagination. It also tells us, Israel, that we were not to smite, nor hurt, nor revile, nor disrespect, nor question with disrespect the rulers of thy people, especially your brother keeper. For Moses was truly a brother's keeper. And out of the wisdom we have read today, and the many chapter and verses we done read out of the law, it allows us to know that it's not wise to reveal against your brother keeper, the ruler, the prince, the judge, anyone that Yahweh might send to keep you on the right path. Matter of fact, wisdom tells us, if we turn our scriptures back to Proverbs, the 24th chapter, it tells us these words. It tells us how we're supposed to approach our brother keeper. It tells us how we're supposed to approach some of the most meekest and faithfulest men in Yahweh's house. It tells us by way of wisdom in Proverbs, the 24th chapter. And it tells us in the 24th chapter of Proverbs, according to the 23rd verse, and the 24th verse, it reads, these things also belong to the wise. And that's all I'm trying to teach. I'm just trying to show us, if we were wise, if we say we are wise, if we trying to become wise, well, it's allowing us to know that one thing you want to do is love the brother keeper. You want to love your brother that give the right answer, that keep you in the light. For it tells us in the 23rd verse, these things also belong to the wise. It is not good to have respect of person and judgment. He that says unto the wicked, thou art righteous, him shall the people curse. Nations shall abhor him. But unto them that rebuke him shall be delight. We read, don't forget what you read in Leviticus, the 19th chapter, the 17th and the 18th verse. Thus it says in the 25th verse again, but to them that rebuke him shall be delight. Because the scripture says, rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon yourself. So if you don't rebuke them, it would not represent nor denote delight, because the sin is going to befall you, because you wasn't man enough to be a brother's keeper towards your brother and sister. So you didn't tell them, you didn't confirm every word. Thus the Almighty said, it will befall you. The sin. It continued to tell us in the 26th verse, and that's where I will stop. Every man shall kiss his lips that give the right answer. So every man that use Yahweh words to give the right answer, or that answer right words, he was not supposed to be spit on. He was not supposed to be character assassinated. He was not supposed to be afflicted with all manner of questions just to try to throw him off the track or try to prove that he is not a brother keeper. The Almighty told us by way of wisdom, when a man answered truthfully with the words of Yahweh, you supposed to kiss him on the lips. And that's all a brother keeper ever came to his brother to do, is to give you the right answer, to keep you on the right path. So, by way of wisdom, the things we read in Jeremiah 11 and 18 should never befall the brother keeper, nor a prophet that Yahweh had raised up early sending. Instead, we are to obey, take heed, and give that brother a kiss for the right answer. But that was not the ways of our fathers, nor is that the ways of our fathers' children today. It tells us in 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, if you turn there, please. 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And it tells us in the 36th chapter of 2 Chronicles again. And I would just like to read 2 verses. And the verses that I would love to read is the 15th and the 16th verse of 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. And they read, and Yahweh Elohim of their fathers sent into them by his messengers, or by the hand of his messengers, rising up bedtime and sending, because he had compassion upon his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messengers of Elohim. And note, the brother keeper, all he doing is bringing forth the message. It says, but they mocked the messengers of Elohim and despised his words and misused his prophets until the wrath of Yahweh rose against his people, till there was no remedy. And there was no remedy to save Jacob from getting in trouble. They used up everything to where there was no remedy, to where they had to wind up in trouble. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, because we just read that they winded up in trouble. They used it up all the excuses they could use to where there was no remedy. And it led them straight to Jacob's trouble. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, if we turn there, please. And mind you, while we're going to Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, we have houses of Israel teaching that the 29th chapter of Deuteronomy is a covenant in itself, and it is a covenant that has not been broken, and it is a covenant that cannot be broken. And I have taught to some of the houses of Israel that teaches that Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, is not broken, and that it cannot be broken by the children of Israel. And it is truly a shame to know that we have men that boast about other men, and that boast that they have been in the laws and studying and been keeping the law for 20 and 30 years, but don't know the difference if a covenant is broken or not. And if you teach with understanding that the covenant of the law is broken, then that denotes every covenant that is under the law is broken. Our fathers had to agree to all. So when they broke all, and the Almighty say the covenant of the law is broken, then all that was under that covenant is broken. The only thing that will not be broken is the unconditional covenants, because it's unconditional. There is no condition in it that you can break it. But I just wanted to run that by you while we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, because we got houses of Israel right now today teaching that Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, is a covenant within itself that has not been broken, nor can it be broken. Well, I would like to start reading this great book of Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. I would like to pick up at the 9th verse. As the listening audience, in your spare time, please read the whole chapter. It is a great chapter, and I advise you to read it all, because as I just stated, there are houses of Israel right now today teaching that Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, is not broken, nor can it be broken. And we're going to prove them wrong today, and we're going to prove either they ain't reading or their teacher is doing a very bad job in teaching. Let's pick up at the 9th verse of the 29th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, and mind you, this is also a chapter they use to try to teach us that they under the covenant of the law today, even though we find ourselves in hell. The 9th verse reads, keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh your Elohim. And please read this according to time and place. It tells us again in the 10th verse, ye stand this day, all of you, before Yahweh your Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp. Let you know it ain't talking about us. From the heathers of thy wood and to the drawers of thy water. You know this ain't talking about us. Ain't no stranger going out heaving down your wood, nor is any strangers going out and drawing water for you. When you want the water, you got to go get it. And if you ain't got no job and all that, most times our water going to be cut off. Same way with the wood. If you want the wood, you got to go get it today. Ain't no stranger bringing you no wood as if you are the head and they are the tail. That's what this denotes. You being the head, Israel. It continued to tell us in the 12th verse that thou should enter into the covenant with Yahweh thy Elohim, and into his oath, which Yahweh thy Elohim make with thee this day, that he may establish, please take note, thee when this is happening, the sign of the Sabbath is among you. And it's a good way to prove that you're not under the Sabbath today. Because if you was, Yahweh will be in your midst. Because that is the sign of the Sabbath. The sign of the Sabbath is Yahweh making you his children and he being your Elohim. Well, today, he's not being your Elohim because he done hid from you. And today, you're not being his children nor his servant because you are serving the enemy. And who made you? You or him? The Creator himself. I'm going to answer it. I'm not going to leave that question out there for y'all any longer. Because when I ask you that, you say yourself, it's the Almighty that got the enemy against you. The Almighty said, I have set them on fire, and they don't even know they burnt. So you don't know who set you on fire, nor do you know you're being punished. Nor do you know you were born in hell. Nor do you know you were born under a broken covenant. It tells us, Israel, again in the 13th verse, that he may establish thee today for a people and to himself, and that he may be into thee a Elohim, as he has said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh, our Elohim. So he making that covenant, and the book of Deuteronomy represents the 40th year of our fathers wandering in the wilderness. So this covenant is being made with our fathers in the 40th year of their wandering in the wilderness. And the Almighty allowing us to know, the reader today, know who he made that covenant with. And it said with all of them that was there and alive. And then it says, neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath. The 15th verse reads, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. Let's stop. Because the people that don't have sound wisdom, the people that Yahweh have not allowed to escape the congregations of the dead, they are teaching. When you read the 15th verse, it's talking about them. And I understand. I just teach this way to get the people to understand and see what I see. But I understand why. But I need y'all to understand why. They are saying that the 15th verse is us because it read, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. And they will ask you ignorantly, was you there? And you know I wasn't there. And I don't even know why you would even ask that if you're reading this book with understanding according to time and place. So they will ask you, was you there? They know your response. You're going to say no. Then they're going to say, well, that's why it's us today, because we wasn't there. But we call ourselves Israel. So with us calling ourselves Israel in 2021, it got to be us. That is ridiculous. And it shows that many of our fathers, our brothers and sisters that call themselves Morays and Kohanes and teachers and elders do not truly understand this book. Because one thing you would have noted before you'd ever told somebody it was you, was what you read from the beginning. What you read from the first verse to the 15th verse. That would denote who the people is that the scripture is talking about. And it will also denote the condition of those people. And what is your brother trying to teach? What your brother is trying to teach is, whoever the 15th verse denotes, they will have to be under the same condition of the people that was there that day. And what do that mean? That means they would have been under the covenant of the law. They would have been freed, and you can even put it to where they might have even been in the wilderness. But they definitely wouldn't have been in bondage. They definitely wouldn't have been in captivity. They would have had to have been free under the covenant of the law if Yahweh just stated again in the 15th verse, but with him that stand here with us this day before Yahweh our Elohim. Well, let me ask, dealing with the first group of the 15th verse, are they under the covenant of the law or not? And the answer is yes. Are they in the land of their captives? The answer would be no. So again, whoever this is in the 15th verse would have found themselves free in the land of promise under these words. They ain't making no distinction. Our brothers today that call themselves the house of Israel is not making a distinction because they are teaching that the 15th verse, it don't only speak about the people that he's talking to in the wilderness. It's also talking about us. And there is no distinction being made. That is ridiculous. You are mixing apples with oranges. The apple represents those that are free, and the orange represents those that's not. And you just mix that together. Whoever it is speaking about, and I know who it's speaking about, it ain't nobody other than their children. If y'all went into a land, and it was 70 of y'all, and it says, well, those that come after you, well, who else would it be? It started off with 70. If you were trying to get to 100, you need 30 children. It's the children, Israel. Who else was born in that land under that condition after our fathers went in the land? Was it not none other than their children? And with it being their children would have been freed. When their children came out the womb and landed and stepped on the land of promise, was they captives or was they free? They was free. Well, let me ask you today. When you came out of your mother's womb, when you touched down, did you land on the land of promise or did you land in captivity that your brother has been calling hell? The answer is you landed on hell. You're landing in hell. You are in hell today without the covenant of the law. So please circle those two verses and be ready when you run into these brothers that call themselves the house of Israel, and let them know that this is not them nor you. The 16th verse reads, for ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, so it can't be nobody that's a captive. Look at the comparison being made. And how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations, as you see today, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Least there should be among you man or woman, or family, please take note, or tribe, who heart turn away this day from Yahweh our Elohim to go and serve other deities of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that bear gall and wormwood, and it shall come to pass, which when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, and please take note of these words, because many of you are saying these words, and you better be glad it don't represent you. You better be glad that your brother can make a distinction and show who these words actually represented. And it was our fathers, not you and I. But it told our fathers, if you bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace. And that's why I said you better be glad these words don't belong to you today. All you that's walking around lying in captivity, talking about I shall have peace. All you that's walking around in captivity, talking about Shabbat Shalom. Well, the Almighty said, if these words was for you, and you did find yourself in the land talking this way, though I walk in the imagination of my own heart to add drunkenness to thirst, Yahweh would not spare him. But then the anger of Yahweh in his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. And Yahweh shall separate him into evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. So that the generation to come of your children, there go your answer, according to the 15th verse, here is your answer. But they teach it, it's us. It reads, Israel, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you. Plain and simple, Israel. And the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they shall see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses which Yahweh have laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstones and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zebon, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus unto this land? What mean the heat of this great anger? And mind you, I started off by letting y'all know that the house of Israel saying that this is a covenant that is not broken. This is a covenant that cannot be broken. And I told the brother, either you have been deceived by your teacher or you're not reading. Because if we keep reading like we're going to, it will prove that the house of Israel is in great error. It tells us, Israel, in the 25th verse, then men shall say, so what they are responding to is later on in retrospect, Israel forsook Yahweh and said these things. They were saying that they got peace and all that. And the Almighty brought all these things upon that people. and upon that land. And then he told us in the 25th verse, then men shall say, according to the 24th verse, let me read that again, even all nations shall say, wherefore have Yahweh done thus into this land? And what mean the heat of this great anger? The 25th verse says, then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods. That's why the land is desolate. That's why Israel find themselves in another man's land, being servants and afflicted. For they went and served other gods and worshiped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land as it is this day. Now let me ask Israel, the listening audience, have you ran to one word that denote that some people in captivity will be under Deuteronomy the 29th chapter? And your answer should be no. Have you seen anything in Deuteronomy 29 where they broke the covenant? Your answer should be yes. And you know and have seen the punishment for doing so. And then we ask ourselves today, where are we in captivity? Are we in the land of promise? And if your answer is no, then that is a proof that Deuteronomy 29 has been broken, and the things that Yahweh protested against it have befell the people and the land. So the house of Israel is in error to teach that Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter, is a covenant that we are under today and that it cannot be broken. And those are the words from the students of the house of Israel. And it's a lie. Matter of fact, it's such a great lie, your brother is using it to establish Yaacob'S Troubles. It also tells us, if we turn to 1 Kings, the 9th chapter, 1 Kings, the 9th chapter, continue to denote how Israel became under Yaacob'S trouble, that they still need to be saved from. Because every time they find themselves in another man's land, being servants and afflicted, they are in Yaacob'S troubles. Even though we're going to show that our fathers was actually delivered out of Yaacob'S troubles. Yaacob'S troubles is spoken throughout, but it is mainly spoken in the book of Isaiah and in the book of Jeremiah. Well, Isaiah and Jeremiah were speaking to some people before these things befell them. And they were speaking to them same people when these things befell them. Well, these things and the Yaacob'S trouble that we're reading about was only for a particular time. And Yahweh said he will save them out of it. Well, many people teach that he ain't did it yet. Many people teach that all the people that Isaiah spoke to and all the people that Jeremiah spoke to, they was just deceived. He lied to them. He never did those things for them. And why not? Our brothers teach because he's doing it for us. If that ain't misunderstanding, I don't know what you call it. For it tells us in 1 Kings, the 9th chapter, we turn there, please. We must read these holy scriptures according to time and place. And if you do, you will not be the first person as you have been since you've been reading these holy scriptures. You're making yourself the person, and you're not. You even foolish enough to make yourself the person when the Almighty told you who doing all the sin. When the Almighty told you who was not hearkening to them, you would make yourself and put yourself in the first person. And the only reason you're doing that is because of tradition and because you don't know how to read your holy scriptures according to time and place. That's the only reason. I used to do the same thing until I learned better. 1 Kings, the 9th chapter tells us another reason why Jacob found himself in trouble. It tells us in 1 Kings, the 9th chapter, and I'll start from the 2nd verse, and it reads, that Yahweh appeared to Solomon the 2nd time, as he had appeared into him at Gibeon. And note, this 2nd time denotes Yahweh coming to Solomon after that great long prayer that you find in the 8th chapter of 1 Kings, and you can also find that same exact prayer found in 2nd Chronicles, the 6th chapter, and part of the 7th chapter. So this 2nd time, the first time was when he prayed for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And the Almighty appeared to him and said he was going to give it to him, and even more. Well, after that, a prayer was given that you can find in 1 Kings 8, 2nd Chronicles 6, and 7. Well, in this 9th chapter of 1 Kings, this is the first response that Yahweh made toward all that Solomon asked for according to 1 Kings 8. Thus, it reads again in the 2nd verse, that Yahweh appeared to Solomon the 2nd time as he had appeared unto him at Gibeon. And Yahweh said unto him, I have heard thy prayer and thy supplication that thou hast made before me. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built to put my name there forever. And my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And note the word perpetually. And note it based on this chapter because you read perpetually. And that's what he would have done if the children of Israel would have did all that he commanded them. But perpetually and forever can cease. And how can perpetually and forever cease? Based on the condition that Yahweh has given you perpetually and forever. For it tells us in the 4th verse, and if thou wilt walk before me. This is the conditions of what I'm telling you, Solomon. And if thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart, and in uprightness, to do according to all, not some, not the best you can, nor will he accept you giving him the benefit of the doubt. It says, according to all that I have commanded thee, and will keep my statutes and my what? Judgments, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever, as I promised to David thy father, saying, and please take note of the promise, saying, there shall not fail thee, David, a man upon the throne of Israel. But if ye shall at all turn from following me, ye or your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then I will cut off Israel out of the land. Israel is cut out the land today, Israel, which I have given them. You are not in that land today. And the house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight. That house had been cast so far out of Yahweh's sight that it was burnt to the ground. And please mind you, who did the burning? Who sent those to burn down that house? It says in the 7th verse again, then will I cut off Israel out of this land which I have given them, and this house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight. And if it's cast out of his sight, he ain't listening to nobody or looking at nobody, praying to a burnt up house that his name is no longer in. And Israel shall be a proverb. Well, based on what has happened to the people, the land, and the house, you find yourself in another man's land. And are you not known as a proverb according to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter? Are you not? Is that not one of the curses that will be on us, being known as a proverb and a byword among all people? Absolutely. And at this house, which my brothers and sisters are praying toward right now, is burnt to the ground. The land is desolate. Yahweh is not hearing you. His name is out of the house, and you are teaching people to pray to the east, pray to that land, pray to that house, and taking people to 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, the 14th verse, and lying to them, telling them that Yahweh said he would do this if you return. That is a lie. For we are reading the conditions. And the 8th verse reads, and at this house, which is high, it was very high the day Solomon doing his thing, the day Solomon praying to Yahweh. It was very high. But Solomon's sins and the children of Israel's sins brought this house very low. Thus it reads, and at this house, which is high, everyone that passed by it shall be astonished and shall hiss, and they shall say, why have Yahweh done thus into this land and to this house? And your brother keeper was supposed to answer accordingly. And it reads in the 9th verse, and they shall answer, they that know the truth, they that know the judgments of Yahweh, the great men shall answer, because they forsook Yahweh their Elohim, who brought forth their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and have taken hold upon other gods, and have worshipped them, and serve them. Therefore, the reason why have Yahweh brought upon them all this evil that your brother is calling Jacob's troubles. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah again, the 9th chapter, Jeremiah, the 9th chapter. We're about to come to a close real shortly. I just have a few more places I would love to show and expound on, read and expound on. Well, here in the 9th verse, still explaining Jacob's troubles and how they got themselves in trouble. Next week, we're going to show how Jacob get out, even this day. It tells us in Jeremiah, the 9th chapter, please read all of these chapters that we just been able to speak on shortly due to time restraint. You know what your brother asks. He always asks you to read the whole chapter. Please. It's for your good. The book of wisdom says, thou be wise. Thou should be wise for thyself. So let's be wise for yourself and read these chapters. I'll start at the 11th verse of the 9th chapter of Jeremiah. And it reads, and I will make Jerusalem heaps and a den of dragons, and I will make the city of Yehuda desolate without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that may understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of Yahweh has spoken, that he may declare it? Please take note. Everybody can't declare this. For what the land perished and is burnt up like a wilderness, that none pass through. And Yahweh said, because they have forsaken my law, which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, neither walked therein, but have walked after the imagination of their own heart, and after the Lord or Balaam, which their fathers taught them. Therefore, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood. What? Could Yahweh say what he mean and mean what he say? Is these not the same word we just read in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter? Absolutely. The same chapter that our brothers of the house of Israel is teaching, that is a covenant that is not broken, that can't be broken, is what I heard. And according to what we just read, they are a bold-faced lie. And what we are continuing to read, for the 15th verse reads again, therefore thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood, and will give them water of gall to drink. And the metaphor for wormwood and gall is poison. I will scatter them also among the heathen, whom neither they nor their fathers have known. And I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. Thus said Yahweh of hosts, consider ye and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for cunning women, that they may come. To do what? It reads, and let them make haste and take up a dwelling for us, that our eyes may run down with tears, and our eyelids gush out with waters. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out. And I would also like to note, I just heard from the house of Israel why they still do what they do, and one of their misconceptions is the word dwellings. They are taking people to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, reading the 2nd and 3rd verse, and telling people that their dwellings is not just, it was not just in the wilderness. It was not just in the land of promise, just what I just heard a couple of days ago. It was not just in the land of promise, but it's also wherever you are at. And they said that's why they do the Sabbath and the things they do here in America. And that came from the chief Murray. And that is terrible. If that ain't a lie, I don't know what a lie is. And it proves that even though they constantly say, let Yahweh be magnified, do they truly believe it? And is Yahweh truly being magnified with them? Because if you say let Yahweh be magnified, and then there's a brother or sister that can't see the book, they ain't learned, or the book is sealed to them, and then you respond like you just did, you're not letting Yahweh be magnified, because you're not making a distinction. And Yahweh must be magnified for the distinction he has made throughout this entire Holy Scripture. I just thought I'd throw that in since we just ran into the word of dwellings. But this verse here will even call them a liar, because the Scripture says in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, instructing the priests and the people how to keep Yahweh feasts in the land of promise. So we know that the dwellings was nothing but the land of promise. But even here, after that, after Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, there is a testimony found in Jeremiah 9, and that testimony denotes that Israel's dwellings cast them out, like Yahweh said it would. And it allows us to know that your dwellings was never wherever you were at. And it allows us to know that when Yahweh told our fathers to write these words down, he never wanted them to think that their dwellings was wherever they are at. Thus, we read in the 19th verse again, for a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. And Zion denotes a particular geographical location. Thus it reads, how are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out. And if your understanding of dwellings is correct, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, then we will be getting cast out of wherever we at today. And guess what? We have not. We begged to get cast out of this place. We begged to leave this place, but you ain't been cast out of this place. And you are teaching that the Almighty said that he will cast you out. that you were supposed to keep all of his laws in all of your dwellings. And you're teaching wherever you are at is your dwelling. Well, if that's the case, with you not keeping all the laws and all the people that you know that have not kept all the laws for over 400 years, as y'all teach, why haven't America cast you out? Because it's not meant to cast you out. America is meant to keep you in. America is meant to hold you captive. America and abroad is meant to help to keep you or held you bondage or captive. So you can do all that Yahweh said for our fathers to do in the land, and don't do them here in this man's land, and this man's land will not cast you out. Because there is only one land in the world, and that really will help you denote your dwellings. There's two things I can use. The one thing is only one land in the world that if people, I said people, go on that land and don't follow the manner of the Elohim of that land, it will cast you off. There's only one land in the world that is known for doing it. And not just Israel. That's why I said man. There's only one land in the earth that is known to cast man off of it for not knowing and obeying the manner of the Elohim of that land. And the Elohim of that land name was Yahweh, and that land is none other than the name Canaan, the land of Canaan, the land of promise, the promised land. Thus, Israel's dwellings consist of the whole inheritance of the promised land. And the Almighty called your dwellings the land you possess. And you don't possess America, nor do you possess any land abroad. So, again, Israel, our fathers' dwellings, all of them, was only the land of Canaan, only, as promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So here we see how Jacob got in trouble. And one way he got in trouble was because the land cast him out. Yet hear the words of Yah, O ye women, and let your ears receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and everyone her neighbor lamentation. For death is come up into our windows, and is entered into our palaces. To do what? To cut off the children from without, and the young men from the streets. It also tells us if we take a look at the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, and it tells us in the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, I'll pick up at the 4th verse. Please read the whole chapter in your spare time. I'll pick up at the 4th verse, and I'll read to the 13th verse. And it tells us in the 4th verse of Jeremiah, the 16th chapter, they shall die of grievous deaths. They shall not be lamented, neither shall they be buried, but they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth. And they shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, and their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of heaven and for the beasts of the earth. For thus said Yahweh, enter not into the house of mourning, neither go to lament, nor bemoan them, for I have taken away my peace from this people. Well, They took it back, Yahweh, because I hear people saying all the time that Shabbat Shalom, or that they shall have peace, or they ain't free, or they ain't no captive. They free. They this, that, and another. Well, not so, according to the words of our Creator, what He did to our fathers. For it tells us again in the 5th verse, for thus said Yahweh, enter not into the house of mourning, neither go lament, nor bemoan them, for I have taken away my peace from this people, said Yahweh, even loving kindness and mercy. That's why you go into captivity, because those things was taken away. If he held fast to those things, you would still be in the land, getting on his nerve, sinning against him without returning. But you used that up. Don't forget, we went to 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter. You used it up. You used all the excuses up to where it wasn't no remedy. Thus, you had to fall into Jacob's troubles. Thus, they read in the 6th verse, both the great and the small shall die in this land. They shall not be buried, neither shall men lament for them, nor cut themselves, nor make themselves bald for them. Neither shall men tear themselves for them in mourning, to comfort them for the dead. Neither shall men give them the cup of consolation to drink for their father or for their mother. Thou shalt not also go into the house of feasting, to sit with them, to eat and to drink. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, behold, I will cause to cease out of this place in your eyes and in your days the voice of Mary, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt show this people all these words, like I'm doing today, and they shall say unto you, wherefore have Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? And we are showing the iniquities of our fathers. But I just asked us a couple of weeks ago, and we had a presentation on it, what is our iniquity? See, I can show you the iniquity of our fathers, as long as I got this book. But I'm asking you today, what is your iniquity? We got people teaching that we need to come out before the heathen and confess our iniquity. And I'm asking Israel today, what is your iniquity? But we're going to find out what was the iniquity of our fathers, and we're going to find out why our fathers fell into Jacob's troubles. And it tells us again in the 10th verse, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt show this people all these words, and they shall say unto thee, wherefore have Yahweh pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against Yahweh our Elohim? See, we can prove today, using this history, we can show the iniquity, we can show how they sinned against Yahweh. We can show what sins they didn't do. What commands they didn't do. We can show all that. We can show all the iniquities of our fathers that is testified throughout our Holy Scripture. And those iniquities came by way of breaking the covenant of the law. And the Almighty tells us that. Well, if that is true, and we know it is, your brother have a great question for you. And that question again is, what is your iniquity? What did you do to break the covenant of the law? And just to say that, to give us a better understanding of how you're supposed to read the Bible according to time and place. I'm not saying that these things can't continue to befall us. You know, a lot of times you hear people talking about generational sins and all that. And the scripture talk about the sin to the third and fourth generation. So I'm not saying that iniquity can't follow you. I'm not saying that you can't find yourself being punished for the iniquities of your fathers. I'm asking you, what is your iniquity? What iniquity have you committed since you came out of the womb and landed in hell? What iniquity have you committed? And I would love for someone to answer that at the end of this presentation. Even though the presentation is not called, What is Your Iniquity? It is called Yaacob'S Trouble. But Jacob got in trouble because of iniquity. And the iniquities that they committed was against the covenant of Allah. And we got people today reading Leviticus, the 26th chapter, telling us that we supposed to come out before the enemy and confess our iniquities. Well, before we decide to do such foolishness, I would like to ask you, what is your iniquity? Don't tell me you're going to confess and you don't know what you're confessing. And none of you can confess the iniquities of your fathers without studying this, without declaring this. And this is history. So again, what is your iniquity? It tells us in the 11th verse, then shall thou say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken me, said Yahweh, and have walked after other gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my law. Ye have done worse than your fathers, and this ye is none other than their children in the land. It is not talking about a bunch of people in America and abroad that was never under the covenant of the law. You can never do worse than your fathers if you ain't under the law. See, that right there should let you know it's not talking about you. But a lot of the people, especially the houses of Israel, teach that this is talking about us today. And it cannot be. And the reason why it cannot be is because of what it reads in the 12th verse. And ye have done worse than your fathers. Let's stop. I need somebody to explain to their brother how they have done worse than our father. I'll hold that comment and question or answer for after the presentation also. Because we want to make sure we're learning. I mean, I know many of y'all might don't really care about the time I spent, the dedication I spent, but I do it. But I don't do it just to do it. I do it because I'm hoping and praying that you learn. I'm not just doing it to try to let somebody know that I know something. I do it, and I will readily and hurry up and tell you I'm teaching because I want you to learn it. I ain't no speaker. I ain't no what they call an inspirational speaker. That ain't your brother. Your brother gonna tell it like it's written. And sometimes it steps on toes, it hurt feelings and all that. But your brother gonna tell it like it's written and hope like hell you learn it. So I'll hold that question to after the presentation also. What is your iniquity? It continued to read, and also, how did you do worse? How are you worse than the people we reading about? How about that? All right. Now we should be at the 13th verse, and it reads, and this will be the last verse I'll read. It says, therefore will I cast you out, Just like the 9th verse said it cast you out. Just like Leviticus, the 18th chapter, tell you the land will cast you out. Just like Leviticus, the 20th chapter, will tell you that the land will, they use the word spew, S-P-U-E, will spew you out. Well, in the 13th verse of the 16th chapter of Jeremiah, it tells us the same, because Yahweh changes not, and because we are reading the history of our fathers. Thus it tells us, therefore will I cast you out of this land, into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers, and there ye shall serve other gods. He didn't say you might. He said, there you will. Why? Because he is the one punishing you. We are serving other gods in another man's land because we refuse to serve Yahweh in his land and the greatness of all things that he was doing toward us. And the greatness, when we didn't have no wars or nothing, we refused to serve him. And we started messing with the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Hittite gods. And the Almighty said, okay, y'all don't want to serve me? I got something for you. I'm going to make you serve another God, where I will not show you any favor. And that's what we find ourselves today. And many of us have not been taught this way. Many of us have been taught we have been born serving other gods, forsaking Yahweh. Ain't nobody telling us we are coming out of the womb serving gods because Yahweh has punished our fathers for serving other gods. Ain't nobody really telling us that. They making it seem like 1960, I was born and I just forsook Yahweh. Yeah, I was born with all the knowledge. I was equipped with all the worship of Yahweh, and I just forsook it. I forsook it. My mama forsook. That is not what happened, Israel. I don't even know the men and women that was born in America that knew Yahweh. It is to punish. We are here being punished. Yaacob'S trouble represents servitude and affliction. That is punishment. And we're reading why our fathers were punished. Because they refused to serve the living Elohim. And they wanted to keep on messing around with the other people's little gods. So that's how Yahweh punished them. But he said, you won't do it in this land. So he cast them out into another man's land to serve wood and stone. As we just read, and we'll read again in the 13th verse. Therefore will I cast you out of this land, into a land that you know not, neither ye nor your fathers. And there, it ain't no might. This is the command. This is the judgment. This is the sentence. And there shall ye serve. Not you might. Not those that sleep serve, but all of you. There. And there shall ye serve other gods day and night, where I will not show you favor. And I swear, America and abroad is that place today. The place for our fathers was called Babylon. The place that represent us today is called America and abroad. It also tells us, while we still in Jeremiah, if we take a look in the 30th chapter of Jeremiah. And it tells us in the 30th chapter of Jeremiah, we start reading from the 11th verse to the 15th verse, it tells us what was told to our fathers and their children. For I am with thee, said Yahweh, to save thee, though I make a full end of all nations. Whether I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee, but I will correct thee in measure. And this measure denotes Jacob's troubles. He said, I will correct thee in measure, and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. Us, our fathers, not being left altogether unpunished, denoted Jacob's troubles. It says, for thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable. When we know that based on 2 Chronicles, the 36th chapter, because there was no remedy. All the remedies is used up. Thus it reads in the 12th verse of the 30th chapter of Jeremiah, for thus said Yahweh, thy bruise is incurable, and thy wound is grievous. There is none to plead thy cause, that thou mayest be bound up. Thou hast no healing medicines. All thy lovers have forsaken thee. They seek thee not, for I, Yahweh, have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one. For the multitude, why? It says, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sins were increased. Why criest thou for thy affliction? Thy sorrow is incurable, for the multitude of thy iniquity, because thy sins were increased. I have done these things unto thee. Jacob's troubles. It also tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. We turn here real quick. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, allowing us to know all about Jacob's trouble and how he became in trouble. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we pick up at the 4th verse, and I think a question is being asked to the brother's keeper of the children of Israel. And this brother keeper of the day was none other than the great prophet Ezekiel. And the great prophet Ezekiel was told, look, when you're helping my people, you're going to have a hard head. I'm going to have to make your head like flint. And you can't come at them easy. Because my people, when they in a rebellious spirit, they are like scorpions, and they bite. So this brother's keeper, which was known as the great prophet Ezekiel, he had to go tell the people, like all the other prophets had to tell the people, and to declare to the people their abominations and their iniquities that they have done before Yahweh. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, the 4th verse, and it reads, will thou judge them, son of man? Well, this son of man ain't nobody but Ezekiel, your brother's keeper. And sometimes he is known in the book of Ezekiel as the watchman. It says, will thou judge them, son of man? Will thou judge them? Cause them to know the abominations of their fathers, and say unto them, thus saith Yahweh Elohim, in the day when I chose Israel, and lifted up my hand into the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt. When I lift up my hand unto them, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim, in the day that I lift up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt, and to the land that I have expied for them, flowing with milk and honey. And I said I had two reasons. One, I forgot, slipped my mind. The one was that there is not another land on the entire earth that will spew you out for not knowing the manner of the Elohim of that land. And that Elohim is the same Elohim of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. Well, the second greatest reason, or second greatest thing you need to know about your dwellings and why you should never dismiss it or have your dwellings to be wherever you are at. The one thing is the fear, because of what Yahweh said he would do for any man that don't obey the manner of the Elohim of this land, and that is to spew you out. The second reason why you need to know what it means dealing with in all your dwellings is because the land that Yahweh is talking about is the land that he spied out. The land that Yahweh talking about that denotes all of your dwellings is the land of promise. And it's also noted as the glory of all lands. Now, why would you want to get that up? Why would you teach your brother that the glories of all lands is wherever you at? Is that ain't ridiculous? And you're not making a distinction. You're making no difference between what Yahweh is giving you and where you just came from. Because you teach it, my dwellings is wherever I'm at. So if I go back there, that's where my dwellings is. That is foolishness. That is not making a distinction, nor are you magnifying the words of our Creator. For it tells us in the 6th verse, in the day that I lift up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt, and to the land that I have spied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. So you want your land to be wherever you at? You sure? The 7th verse reads, Then said I unto them, Cast you away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Yahweh your Elohim. But they rebelled against me, and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idols of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted. Therefore, before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them. How? And bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, brought them into the wilderness. I gave them my statutes and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, please take note, he shall even live in them. Moreover, I gave them my Sabbaths to be signs between me and them. And what is the sign? That they might know that I am Yahweh that sanctified them. That is the sign. And we got people saying Shabbat Shalom, but Yahweh ain't never here. There is no sign in the world that denote that Yahweh is with us today. But you say Shabbat Shalom every day. And according to Exodus 31:13 and 14, it's a sign. If you under the Sabbath, it's a sign that's on you. And that sign be found, and have not been found, since your butt been in here for 400 years. That sign have not been on you. I asked that last week. When did you start keeping the Sabbath? Because the first 200 years, I bet you can't prove that you kept the Sabbath in America. It tells us, Israel, in the 13th verse, but the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walked not in my statutes, and they despised my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. But I wrath for my name's sake. There was still remedy, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lift up my hand unto them in the wilderness, but I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, because they despise my judgments, and walk not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, all of them, for their heart went after their idols. Nevertheless, my eyes spared them from destroying them, neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. But I said unto their children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourself with their idols. I am Yahweh your Elohim. Walk in my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them. And consecrate my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign. Please take note, between me and you, that ye may know. Please take note of the sign, that I am Yahweh your Elohim. And the people would know that too when they seen you under the Sabbath. They don't know that today. Even though they see you walking up and down the street with fringes on, they see you walking to class or whatever, they ain't acknowledging this. They ain't acknowledging you keeping no Sabbath, nor is they acknowledging Yahweh among you. Did you not know? Have you not heard? Have it not been told? According to Exodus, I think it's the 5th chapter, when Moses brought the word toward Pharaoh, Yahweh said, he will not hearken. And he told him why he won't hearken. Because I won't let him hearken. I got something to show y'all. Well, today, they won't hearken. Today, they're going to ask you, who is Yahweh? We don't know no Yahweh. Get back to work, nigga. And that's what they said in Exodus, the 5th chapter. Ain't no sign among us today. Go tell them that Yahweh is here, and they're going to tell you, get back to work, nigga. And they're going to let you know we don't know no Yahweh, because they don't supposed to know until he put his judgment on them. And then they all going to know. Thus it tells us in the 21st verse, notwithstanding the children rebelled against me, they walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, please underline this. This allows you to know if you under the covenant of the law or not. Because if you are truly under the covenant of the law, you are under all that Yahweh said, and you are to live therein. Not just say I'm under it. You are to live therein. Which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. It also tells us I'll go with Amos, the 8th chapter, real quick. Amos, the 8th chapter. Reasons why Israel found themselves under Jacob's trouble. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, please read the whole chapter. I'll just go to the point where it allows us to know they're in trouble. The first 10 verses allows us to know the crookedness of Israel, the unfairness of Israel, Israel not using the justice center as it is described for all manners of controversy, for the law, the commandments, the judgments, all manner of controversy. Well, they didn't. Thus, it tells us in the 11th verse of the 8th chapter of Amos, behold, the days come, and they did, said Yahweh Elohim, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the true words of Yahweh. And they, in their trouble, shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north even to the east. They shall run to and fro to seek Yahweh in the day of their troubles. They will seek the true word of Yahweh and shall not find it. And we are a proof today, being Johnny-come-latelys, that we have searched from one end of the sea to the other, trying to find the true words of Yahweh. We even find ourselves in the midst of our brothers saying, let Yahweh be magnified, and still not be a recipient of the true words of Yahweh. And not being a recipient of the true words of Yahweh allows us to know, as it read in the 13th verse, in that day shall the fair virgins and the young men faint for thirst. And don't forget what this thirst denotes. Not water, but hearing the true words of Yahweh. And that is truly a trouble for Jacob. It also tells us, if we look at Isaiah the 40th chapter, I'll use Isaiah the 40th chapter to establish again Jacob's trouble, and then I will show what the Almighty told our fathers to tell their children how they will get out of it. And it tells us in Isaiah the 40th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And it reads in the very first verse, Isaiah 40:1. Comfort ye, my people, said your Elohim. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her warfare, and the warfare is denoting where I just lost my page, sorry about that. The warfare is denoting the appointed time. So another word for warfare in this first verse denotes a appointed time. And please remember that term. So, comfort ye, my people, said your Elohim. Speak ye comfortably, or speak to the heart, to Jerusalem, and cry unto her that her appointed time is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she hath received of Yahweh's hand double for all her sins. Thus, Jacob is truly in trouble. Because he ain't just received one portion. He have received a double portion, a double punishment. But as we love to teach, all is not lost. For it tells us, if we turn our scriptures back to Jeremiah, the 30th chapter. It tells us in Jeremiah, the 30th chapter, if we read the first the first 7 verses, and it reads, Jeremiah 30:1. The word that came to Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying, Thus speak Yahweh Elohim of Israel, saying, Write thee all the words that I have spoken into thee in a book. For lo, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, Israel and Yehudah. Please take note, not just Yehudah, Israel and Yehudah, said Yahweh. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, all of their dwellings, and they shall possess it, one particular geographical location. And these are the words that Yahweh speak concerning Israel and concerning Yehudah. For thus said Yahweh, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask ye now, and see whether a man does travel with child. And the answer is no. Thus it reads, Wherefore or why do I see every man with his hands on his lions, as a woman in travail? And all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Yaacob'S troubles. But he shall be saved out of it. Thus it tells us, while we still in the 30th chapter, in the 16th verse, it tells us, Therefore all they that devour thee, based on Jacob being saved out of his troubles, therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured. And all thy adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be a spoil. And all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. For I alone will store health into thee, and I will heal thee of thy wounds, said Yahweh. Because they called thee an outcast when you were under Yaacob'S troubles, saying, This is Zion, who no man seeketh after. Thus said Yahweh, Behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. And out of them, those that are saved out of Jacob's troubles shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them that make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. Their children also shall be as aforetime, and their congregation shall be established before me. And I will punish all that oppress them, and their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governor shall proceed from the midst of them. And I will cause him to draw near, and he shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to approach unto me, said Yahweh? And ye shall be my people. Note the sign back on them. And ye shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh go forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The fierce anger of Yahweh shall not return. It allows us to know that Yahweh will be angry until Jacob is saved out of his troubles. The fierce anger of Yahweh shall not return until I have done it, and until he have performed the intents of his heart. In the latter days ye shall consider it. And many of us are considering it this day. How is Jacob going to be saved out of our troubles? We are considering it today, even though these people were saved. Let us turn our scriptures. Well, we right here. Let's take a look at the 31st chapter. The 31st chapter. And it tells us in the 31st chapter of Jeremiah, the same words that we just read. So please read the whole chapter. I would just like to pick up at the 7th verse, allowing us to know that all is not lost. Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor is he a son of man that he should repent. All that he said will surely come to pass. Thus it reads in Jeremiah 31:7, for thus said Yahweh, sing with gladness for Jacob. Why? I thought he in trouble. Not no more, he ain't. Sing with gladness for Jacob, and shout among the chiefs of the nations. Publish ye, praise ye, and say, Yahweh save thy people, the remnant of Israel. Behold, I will bring them from the north country, and gather them from the coasts of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, and the woman with child, and her that travel with child. Together a great company shall return tighter. They shall come with weeping, and with supplications will I lead them. I will cause them to walk by the river of water in a straight way, wherein they shall not stumble. For I am a father to Israel, and Ephraim is my firstborn. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye old nations, and declare it in the isles afar off, and say, and know, and understand, he that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. The same way he did when he brought Israel out of Egypt, and Moses being the shepherd and Israel being the flock. For Yahweh hath redeemed Jacob and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. It also tells us, if we take a look, and please read this whole chapter, it's beautiful, but due to time restraint, I need to do this little skip. It tells us also, if we take a look at the 27th verse of Jeremiah 31, and it reads, Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and with the seed of beasts. And it shall come to pass that like as I watched over them to pluck up, that was Jacob's troubles, and to break down, and to throw down, and to destroy, and to afflict Jacob's troubles, so will I watch over them to build and to plant. This is Jacob being saved out of their troubles. In those days they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grape, his teeth shall be set on edge. Behold, the days come, said Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah. Well, according to scriptures, according to the law and according to the testimonies, the only time Yahweh ever made a new covenant with his children was when they broke it. And we got truth for that when Moses went up on the mount. When he came down, they had built the golden calf. Well, the first thing the scripture tells us, he threw the 2 tables of stone down and broke them. It denoted what the children of Israel just did. Well, the next chapter, or 2, it tells us that Yahweh called Moses back up on the mount for what? To make a whole new set of the covenant of the law, to make 2 more tables of stone with the law on it. Why did you have to go and make it again? Because they broke the first set. And that's our scenario today. The covenant of the law was broken during our fathers' days. Well, for a Moses to go back up and get the law, guess what, Israel? You got to be saved out of this, and the law be made back with you again, as it reads in Ezekiel 20th chapter, where the Almighty said, I'm going to do you as I did your fathers when I brought them into the wilderness. And it told us that he's going to bring us under the bond of the covenant. Well, if he's going to bring us under the bond of the covenant in the wilderness of the people, it is only because we're not under the bond of the covenant today. Don't forget who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the perfect one. Yahweh is perfect. It continues to tell us in the 32nd verse, not according to the covenant that I made with your fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was a husband unto them, said Yahweh. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, said Yahweh. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. There go that sign again. But note what he said. He said he will put the covenant in their hearts. We got elders and people teaching that according to Jeremiah, the 31st chapter, the 33rd verse, that denotes a totally different covenant that Yahweh made with our fathers. And that is another statement that your brother totally disagreed. And I can use the law and testimonies to show all day that the elder is in error to teach that according to Jeremiah 31, that will be a totally different covenant. It will not be the same covenant that was made with our fathers in the wilderness. And that is a lie. Once again, Israel, we love to say, let Yahweh be magnified. And if you truly believe that, then let him be magnified. And if you truly magnify your Creator, whose knowledge and wisdom is beyond human comprehension, you would acknowledge that Yahweh ain't about to do nothing over. Y'all making it seem like he made a mistake. You're making it seem like he gave us a covenant that was perfect, and he gave them to a bunch of rebellious, hard-headed, stiff-necked people, to where y'all got the Almighty saying, based on your teaching, I can't give them that one again. I got to give them something better, because they can't do that. There was nothing that Yahweh ever commanded our fathers that we could not do perfectly. There was not one. There is not one law that you could come up with and try to reason and say, well, maybe we had a problem with this. There was not one law, statute, judgment, ordinance, testimony that was ever testified to our fathers that they could not do completely. So that is a bad teaching to teach that according to the 32nd and the 33rd and the 34th verse, Yahweh going to give the children of Israel a totally different covenant of a law. That is ridiculous and very, very bad teaching. It tells us, Israel, according to the 33rd verse, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, said Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their heart, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. So it's talking about the same law. It's talking about the same commandments. The only thing different is I'm going to put it in their heart. That's it. And I know y'all should be saying, prove it, brother. Well, let's hold this page, and let's turn to Deuteronomy 5 real quick. And Deuteronomy 5 is a reiterating of the 10 Commandments, the reiterating of the covenant of the law 40 years later in the wilderness. And let's see what it says. Could it be that the only thing that Yahweh going to do different is give us the same laws, but put it in our heart? Could that be it? Could our elders be reading the scripture terribly wrong by teaching us that the Almighty going to give us a total different law? Not the law that he gave our fathers when he came out of Egypt. Oh, boy. It tells us, we teach that Yahweh changed not. Wouldn't that be a change? Come on, Israel. Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, please, real quick. And look, and take a look at the 27th verse. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me. Maybe I don't have the spirit of understanding upon me, and I'm not reading it correct. Maybe the elders are right. They say they've been in it way longer than me and all that, so maybe they're right. Well, let's find out. No, let's find out. We tired of that maybe stuff. We tired of guessing, so let's find out. And read the 27th verse, and it tells us, go thou near, and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy into us all the covenant of the law, that Yahweh our Elohim has speak into thee. And that's all he spoke to us about in the wilderness, the covenant of the law, how we were to govern ourselves once we entered into the land of promise. It says, and we will hear it and do it. All right. Now, we got what was said. We got law and testimony to prove that they didn't. We got laws and testimony to prove that they didn't do what they promised to do in verse 27. So the covenant of the law got broken. The children got punished. And then we went to a testimony showing how the Israelites would be back under the covenant of the law, and what law they will be under. And we got elders and Israelites teaching that this will be a totally different covenant according to Jeremiah 31, 32, 33, and 34. And your brother has just came today teaching, and this ain't the first time I done showed this, but we're going to show it again and again and again. We got elders teaching that the covenant of the law would be different according to Jeremiah 31, different than what was given to our fathers. I totally disagree. The law would not be different, but how it is given will be different. And the only thing that's different is what you are reading in Jeremiah 31, 32, 33, and 34. Because what you read when we go back to Jeremiah 31, you won't read here. And that's the only thing being done different. Please pay close attention to the 29th verse. The 29th verse, but before I read the 29th verse, please let me read the 28th verse to let you hear the response of your Creator. It says, and Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak unto me. And Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people. And it's good, as long as they agree, as long as they keep them, as long as they obey them, as long as they don't forsake their word. That's all good, because they said they would do it. It says, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. And then please take note of the very first sentence of the 29th verse. Right after Yahweh said, they have well said all that they have spoken, the very next thing, the Almighty, the Infinite One says, oh, and you think he don't know? It says, oh, that there was such an heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children. How long? Forever. Now turn back to Jeremiah 31. And it tells us the difference. For if you read from Jeremiah 31, pick up at the 33rd verse, and it reads, but this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, said Yahweh. I will put my law where? In their inward parts. Could that be the heart? It says, and write it in their hearts. And that's all that he didn't do for our fathers in the wilderness the first time. He just didn't put it in their heart, and he said it. Oh, that they had a heart. So that's the only thing you're missing. And that's the only thing that's going to be different when you find yourself back under the bond of the covenant. The Almighty going to put it in your heart. I just thought I'll put that out there because some of y'all know the elder, and I don't want you to be deceived by that teaching. It lets us know it's going to be the same covenant, just like he made with our fathers. The only thing different is that he's going to put it in your heart. The 34th verse says, and they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know Yahweh, for they shall all know me, from the least of them and to the greatest of them, said Yahweh. For I alone will forgive their iniquity, and I alone will remember their sins no more. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at Isaiah 61, Isaiah 61. For we read that Yahweh told Jacob in his troubles that he would be a recipient of a double punishment. Well, we are teaching all is not lost. We are teaching and showing how our fathers made it out of Jacob's troubles. And it tells us in Isaiah 61, if we all turn here, please, and read the first 7 verses, the first 8 verses, and it reads, the Spirit, Isaiah 61 and 1, the Spirit of Yahweh Elohim is upon me, because Yahweh have anointed me to preach good times and to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the openings of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the what? Acceptable year of Yahweh, and the day of vengeance, or the day, and the day of vengeance of our Elohim, to comfort all that mourns, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called the trees, the planting, the trees of righteousness, the planting of Yahweh, that he might be glorified. And they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former desolations, and they shall repair the waste cities, the desolations of many generations. The stranger shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the aliens shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers. But ye that suffered Jacob's trouble shall be named the priests of Yahweh. Men shall call you the ministers of our Elohim. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourselves. For your shame ye shall have double, and for confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore, in their land, the land of Canaan, the promised land, they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be unto them, because they received a double punishment. And it also tells us if we take a quick look, I want to use this angle in closing. Let's take a look in the book of Daniel. Let's go to the book of Daniel. Because I stated something real profound. I stated that they were saved out of Jacob's troubles. And we got all the knowledge, the laws, and the testimonies to prove so. So I think that's a great note to end on while we read these words and compare them to ourselves today. We really see there is no comparison besides the hope and the faith. And the hope and the faith is based on that Yahweh will also save us out of this trouble. Save Jacob out of this trouble that they find themselves in this day. So let's establish that and close this presentation by using the book of Daniel and one more book that I will use to prove without a shadow of a doubt that they were saved out of Jacob's trouble in their day. Let's go to Daniel 8 first. And it tells us in Daniel 8, I think that's where I want to go, 1 second. I want Daniel 8 and 19. Daniel 8, I'll start at the I'll start at the 15th verse. Daniel 8 and 15. And it tells us in Daniel 8 and 15, and I'm using this to prove and to show that Jacob was saved out of their troubles. It says in the 15th verse of the 8th chapter of Daniel, and it came to pass when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and sought for the meaning. Then, behold, there stood before me as the appearance of a man. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of Uer, which called and said, Gabriel, make this man to understand the vision. And Gabriel was one of the angels, like Michael. So he came near where I stood. And when he came, I was afraid and fell on my face. But he said unto me, understand, O son of man, for at the time of the end shall be the vision. Now, as he was speaking with me, I was in a deep sleep, on my face toward the ground. But he touched me and set me upright. And he said, behold, I will make thee know what shall be in the last day, or in the last end of the indignation, for at the time appointed the end shall be. Please circle this verse, because a lot of people do not understand this. They don't understand that there is an end to this story. We are reading a story that denotes the history of our Creator, the words and the works of our Creator, and the dealings that he dealt with our fathers. That's what this whole book is dealing with. Well, many times you will read in this book the end, and we are automatically taking that meaning to mean the end of time. It wasn't the end of time. It was the end of their days. It was the end of their indignation. It was the end of their iniquities. Not the end of the world. And I'm going to prove it. And if you've been paying attention, you see how I'm going to prove it. For it told you again in the 19th verse. And he said, behold, I will make thee know what shall be in the last end of the indignation. For at the time appointed, the end shall be. And then it reads, the ram which thou sawest, having two horns, are the kings of Medes and Persia. And the rough goat is the king of Greece. And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. If you know anything about history, it is talking about the great so-called King Alexander the Great. It continues to tell us, now that being broken, whereas four stood up, for it, denoting, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his powers. And these 4 kingdoms, not in his powers, denoted the 4 generals of Alexandria. I know my recollection ain't going to serve me right, but I'm going to try to remember them anyway. The 4 generals were called, Seleucus, Ptolemy, Seleucus, Ptolemy, P-T, I think it's spelled, Ptolemy, Seleucus. I'm not saying the names. I'm not giving it any justice. I'll come back with that and try to give the exact names of the 4 generals of Alexandria. Alexandria was known as a great king, but his greatness really came by way of what his 4 generals did. And as you just read in his 22nd verse, these 4 generals was denoted as 4 kingdoms. But it continued to tell us, and in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding dark sentences shall stand up. And this is denoting the Romans. It says, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power, and he shall destroy wonderfully, and shall prosper and practice, and shall destroy the mighty and the holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace, please take note, he don't want to allow you to say peace. And by peace, losing my place, it says, hold on, let me find it. And by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of peace, or the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand. This prince of prince is none other than Michael, the angel that fight for the children of Israel. And the vision of the evening and the morning, which were told, is true. That wherefore shut thy up the vision, for it shall be for many days. And I, Daniel, fainted and was sick certain days. Afterwards I rose up and did the king business, and I was astonished at the vision, but none understood it. Then let's go to the 11th chapter of Daniel. And it tells us in the 11th chapter of Daniel, if we take a look at the 30th verse, Daniel 11, verse 30. And it tells us to the 36th verse, if we start at the 30th verse of the 11th chapter of Daniel, it reads, for the ships of Shittim shall come against him. Therefore he shall be grieved and return and have indignation against the holy covenant. So shall he do. He shall even return and have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant. The arms shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the daily sacrifice, and they shall place the abomination that make desolate. And such as do wickedly against the covenant shall be corrupt by flattery, and many of them have been. But the people that do know their Elohim shall be strong and do exploits. And they that understand among the people shall instruct many, yet they shall fall by the sword, and by flame, by captivity, and by spoil many days. Then, now when they shall fall, they shall be hoping with a little help. But many shall cleave into them with flatteries. And many of us have. We will lean more on a brother saying they under the Sabbath than one proving without a shadow of a doubt that you're not. That's flattery. It tells us, and some of them of understanding shall fall, to try them, and to purge, and to make them white, even to the time of the end. Because it is yet for a time appointed. Please circle that. It allows you to know that the time of the end do not denote where we at or when our time or when our end comes upon us. Then let's take a look at the 12th chapter and read the first 4 verses there. For this also make people think it's talking about the last days. Well, you got to keep up with the story. You got to keep up with the visions that Daniel was getting. And it will let you know exactly what day and what people and what nations they dealing with. Thus, it tells us in the 12th chapter, the first verse, and it reads, and at that time shall Michael, well, at first he was talking to Gabriel, the angel. Now it's talking about Michael, the angel. And Michael was known as the warrior angel for the house of Israel. Thus it reads, and at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince, which stand for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered out of Jacob's troubles, every one that shall be written or shall be found written in the book. And many of them shall sleep in the dust of the earth, and shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmaments, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars forever and ever. But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words, please take note, and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased. One more place I need to go right quick in Daniel, and that is the 7th chapter. And it tells us in the 7th chapter of Daniel, I'll pick up at the 23rd verse and read to the 28th verse. And it reads, thus, I'll start at the 21st verse. It says, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against them, until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the 4th beast, and each beast denoted an empire. The 4th beast shall be the 4th kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after them, and he shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand, until a time and times and dividing of time. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion, to consume and to destroy it into the end. and the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints. And who is the saints? Are they not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Are they not our forefathers? So who would they children be? Would they not be us who call ourselves the children of Israel? According to your claim it is. We still going to need a record of genealogy eventually, but according to your claim, you're absolutely correct. Thus it reads again in the 27th verse, and the kingdom and the dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Here too is the end of the matter. As for me, Daniel, my countenance much troubled me, and my countenance changed in me, but I kept the matter in my heart. Let us turn real quick to Ezra 1:1. Ezra, first chapter, first verse. Couple more chapters and verses, and we'll go ahead and end the presentation due to time restraint. It's already 9 o'clock. Time flew past. But it tells us in Ezra that the things that Daniel said, the things that Jeremiah said, the things that Isaiah said came to pass. And what were the things that they said that interest us today? And it was denoting Jacob's trouble. Well, your brother said they were saved out of their trouble. And we know that to be true based on what we just read in Daniel, what we read in Jeremiah, but also what we're about to read in the book of Ezra. Because the book of Ezra denotes the children of Israel coming out of Babylon. And it tells us in the book of Ezra, the first chapter. I'm not going to be able to give all the chapter and verses that I have here. Just bear with me. I'm going to skip here and there, but I'll still be able to tell the end of the story. It tells us in Ezra 1:1. And it reads, now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of Yahweh by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. Please take note. Yahweh stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, Yahweh Elohim of heaven, have given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he have charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda. Who is there among you of all his people? His Elohim be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Yehuda, and build the house of Yahweh, Elohim of Israel. He is the Elohim which is in Jerusalem. And whosoever remain in any place where he sojourned, and they were sojourning in Babylon, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold, and with goods and with beasts, besides the freewill offering for the house of Elohim that is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chiefs of the fathers of Yehuda and Benjamin, and the priests and the Levites, with all them whose spirit Elohim had raised, to go up to build the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. It also tells us in the second chapter, at the 59th verse, and it reads, and these were they which went up from Telamela and Telebarsa, Sherib, Adan, Amor, but they could not show their father's house and their seed, whether they were of Israel. And many of you, none of you will be able to do that either. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652 men, or 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Habada, the children of Kors, the children of Barzillai, which took a wife of the daughter of Barzillai the Gladite, and was called after their name. These sought their register among those that were reckoned by genealogy, but they were not found. Therefore were they as polluted, put from the priesthood. And the Tashita, the governor, said unto them that they should not eat of the most holy things till there stood up a priest with the Urim and the Thummim. And these were 2 stones found in the breastplate of the priest, of the high priest. And they had to have this, and that message, that answer, would have been revealed to them who was who was of the seed and who wasn't. But they had to wait until one that was a priest with the Urim and the Thummim. They had to have that to get the answer for those that did not know if they were truly Israelites or not. It also tells us in the 5th chapter, we take a quick look at that, the first couple verses, and it reads, Then the prophets, Haggai, and we got these books. You got the book, the prophet Haggai in there. You got the book called the prophet Zechariah. So these are prophets that actually came out of Babylon according to what Jeremiah them said they would, and according to coming out of Jacob's trouble. These were the people. Thus it reads, Then the prophet Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, prophesied into the Jews in your book, and it should be Hebrews that were in Yehuda and Jerusalem in the name of Elohim of Israel, even unto them. Then rose up a seed of David. It reads, Then rose up Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, a priest, the son of Jehozadak, and began to build the house of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem. And with them were the prophets of Elohim helping them. So I just want y'all to know who all back, who's with them. The same books you got in your Bible let you know, if you read it according to time and place, what happened. It also tells us in the 6th chapter. It's all these words are allowing us to know they getting out of Jacob's trouble. They out of Jacob's trouble. They back in the land, and those that came out of Jacob's trouble supposed to have been building the house. We read in Jeremiah 30, their nobles should be of them. So when we see these people coming back, even though some of the nobles didn't have a record of genealogy, but most of everybody came back was the nobles, and they were able to identify who they were, and everything was set up as you have read in Jeremiah 30. Thus, it tells us in Ezra 6, giving us another note that Jacob came out of Jacob's trouble. And they came out of Jacob's trouble back into their land, back under the covenant of the law, back keeping the Sabbath, back keeping the feast days, because they're no longer in trouble. Thus, it reads in Ezra 6 and 14. And it reads, And the elders of the Hebrews built and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai, the prophet, and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, the prophet. And they built and finished it according to the commandments of the Elohim of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus, Darius, Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And this is a good verse. We had a visitor last week, and he asked about the book of Esther. He asked, how solid are we on the book of Esther? And I told him as solid as ever. It's written. It's in the book of Yahweh. It's the words of our Creator dealing with his people. So it's solid. But what the brother meant was, based on the teachings of tradition of the people that was in his province, Ahasuerus, if that's how you pronounce the king, they were not keeping the laws, or they were keeping the laws in captivity. That is what tradition and many of our brothers teach today, that when they were in the book of Esther, they were still in captivity, keeping the law, and that's a lie. And we have never taught against anyone being under the covenant of the law, doing the law in another man's land. That is not our argument. That is understandable. If you under the covenant of the law, it ain't been broke, and you went into another country to do some business, then you will still be under the law, and you will live therein. You will act accordingly. Our argument is we ain't under the covenant of the law, and we find ourselves in the enemy man's land, and we're being taught to do so in the enemy's land. You will never find that by way of the law nor testimony throughout your entire scripture. That's how we know that it's a lie, because you have nothing to back that up. Where Israel were ever under the covenant of the law and being judged for disobeying it in the enemy's land, when the Almighty set the enemy over you, when he done profoundly stated that he have given the enemy the earth to rule it as he will? No. Thus it reads. But this is a good verse to keep and to show that Ahasuerus was under these same words. And what words is that? Set Israel free. Do not make Israel a captive. So when you found those people in one of Ahasuerus' province, which was 127, he had 127 provinces. I think it called from India to Ethiopia. That's how wide and far and huge that his kingdom was. And they were called province. So this is a good verse to use to prove to any of your brothers that try to teach you, well, no, they were still captives. They were still captives in the book of Ezra. That's absolutely incorrect, because the Almighty had already foretold the promise, and the first daddy of Ahasuerus was Cyrus. So Ahasuerus was probably Cyrus' fourth generation. He probably was like a grandson or grandson's son, that type, fourth generation. And he had to go in the Chronicles of the Kings, and all that information was always there for them. I don't care if it was Cyrus, Darius, Ahasuerus, all of them have testimonies where they looked into the Chronicles of the Kings and found out how Israel was to be treated. And they was to be set free to go build that second temple that was ever built in Jerusalem. And they did. Thus it tells us in the 15th verse, and this house was finished on the third day of the month Adar, which is the first month, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests, the Levites, the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of the house of Elohim with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of Elohim 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, And for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their division. And you can only do this in the land under the covenant of the law. You can never do this in another man's land, not even knowing who you are. It says, in the Levites in their courses for the service of Elohim, which is at Jerusalem, as it is written, where? In the book of Moses. And the children of the captivity kept the Passover from the 14th day of the first moon, for the priests and the Levites were purified together, all of them clean, were pure, and killed the Passover for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren, the priests, and for themselves. And the children of Israel, which were come again out of captivity, and all such as had separated themselves into them from, not with, but from the filthiness of the heathen of the land, to seek Yahweh Elohim of Israel, did eat, and kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy. For Yahweh had made them joyful, and turned the heart of the king of Assyria into them, to strengthen their hands in the work of the house of the Elohim of Israel. In the 7th chapter, it reads real quickly. If we pick up at the 25th verse, and it reads, Ezra 7:25. And thy Ezra, after the wisdom of thy Elohim that is in thy hand, set magistrates and judges, which may judge all the people that are beyond the river. Beyond the river was your hometown. It was your country. All such as know the laws of thy Elohim, and teach ye them that know them not. Please take note of the people that is told to be taught. Those that's on the other side of the river, not those on this side of the river, not those that's in my land. That ain't what the man telling Ezra. And then he said, teach ye them that know them not. And whosoever would not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily. Let's stop. I can prove it. I can prove that we were never commanded to do the law in another man's land. I can prove that this man is not telling Ezra and them to keep the law in his land. Instead, he's telling them to go to the land where your Elohim commanded you to keep all. And he did. And we read it in the 6th chapter where they found themselves back in the land keeping the Passover, the Sabbath, because there's 2 Sabbaths in the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So they keeping the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, all that back in the land because they had been saved out of Jacob's troubles. Thus it reads in the 26th verse, and this will prove that the Almighty never commanded our fathers to keep the laws and statutes and judgment in another man's land, nor did he command us to do it today. Because if you did, you would have to execute the judgment, like I have brought forth to Israel over and over again. You want to bring up Exodus 31, you want to say sanctify the Sabbath and keep it holy, but you don't want to acknowledge he that defileth should die. And some of you done got a little smart and you say, wait, we can't kill nobody here. That's only because you ain't under the law. If you were under the law and was commanded to do that here, then you would. Just like this king is telling Ezra what they supposed to do when they get back beyond the river in their land. Thus it reads again in the 26th verse, and whosoever will not do the law of thy Elohim and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be into death, or to banishment, or to confiscation of goods, or to imprisonment. Blessed be Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, which have put such a thing as this in the king's heart, to beautify the house of Yahweh, which is in Jerusalem. I will end on that note. That allowed us to know that they came out of Babylon, which denoted Jacob's troubles, and they made it back in the land as Yahweh said. I will end on this note. Just one place I would like to go, and I will end with Jeremiah. For Jeremiah spoke about Jacob's troubles so much. And let's see, did he ever have an idea of them coming out of it? Or is he talking about 2021? It tells us in Jeremiah 29 in closing. Jeremiah 29 in closing. And it reads, to allow us to know that there's a time for everything under the sun. And what our fathers was telling their children was denoting their time. They were denoting their end. It wasn't denoting some people that wasn't even born yet. It was denoting the people that was born and their end. That's why they had to tell those people these words. We're just reading. We're reading the history of what was said and done. Well, in Jeremiah 29, it tells us at the 8th verse, and I'll read to the 14th verse in closing. It reads, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which you cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely into you in my name. I have not sent them, said Yahweh. For thus said Yahweh, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform that good word. What is the good word? Toward you, and causing you to return to this place. And we just seen where the Israel and Yehuda returned back to the place in the book of Ezra. It says, for I know, and don't forget this thought, because I asked y'all to remember this term. It says, for I know the thoughts that I think toward you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Did you not read that in Daniel? So Daniel was not talking about the end of the earth. He's talking about the time, the end of the indignation and Jacob's troubles. It says in the 11th verse, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you, said Yahweh, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. Then, meaning after the end, then shall you call upon me. They did. And the Almighty took them straight to the land. Had the kings doing what he prophesied they was going to do 150 years before they was born. They did it. And Ezra now was part of this. They seen these things come to pass, even though Isaiah had prophesied it to our fathers 150 years before the man was even born. Or should I say, he prophesied about one that was going to be born. And his name was Cyrus. Thus it tells us in the 12th verse, then shall you call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. And ye shall seek me and find me when ye shall search for me with all your heart. And I will be found of you, said Yahweh, after the expected end. I will be found of you. And note, the expected end ain't the end of the world. It's talking about the end of their iniquities, the end of their indignation, the end of their sins. Not everybody. It's the story is about our fathers and their children. It reads, and I will be found of you, said Yahweh, and I will turn away your captivity. He did. And I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places whether I have driven you. He did, said Yahweh. And I will bring you again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. He did. And if you don't believe it, read the whole book of Ezra and tell me, did Yahweh deliver the children of Israel back to the land to build his house or not? I'll end on that note. Open up for comments and questions dealing with Jacob's troubles. Is there questions dealing with Jacob's trouble? Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions dealing with this great presentation called Jacob's Troubles?
It was great. I thank you again. I appreciate you. Earlier you had said some of us may not appreciate your hard work. We do. I do. This is Morocco from St. Louis. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for lending the ear that you may hear these great words of our Creator. And a lot of times I say the things I say to arouse our curiosity, to make us think, to make us want to do better. So I don't have anybody that I can point the finger at, but I do say those things just to try to make you want to know more, study harder, stuff like that. I ain't pointing the finger at no one. But great comments. Great comment, my sister. Is there any other comments or questions? I said I would write down a couple of questions. One of the questions I had for the listening audience, according to what we read every day, is it perceivable that we have done worse than our fathers that we read about? Anybody can answer it.
No.
Nope. Then why is all these people telling us when they read those scriptures that we done did worse than our fathers?
They don't know the word.
And that's exactly the truth. They don't understand the word, and they don't know how to read the word according to time and place. This, when they talk about the children, is talking about our fathers that was in the land, their children, and their children in the land. So when the children in the land like their fathers, and it says they did worse, well, they would have to be under the same situation. See, and that's what our brothers and sisters are not catching. They saying we doing worse. Well, how are we doing worse when we ain't never been under it? See, we got to be under it and then disobey worse than our fathers. You got to be under it and then abhor Yahweh worse than our fathers. So these words never really apply to us because we're not under it. We can't be doing worse than our fathers, walking around in darkness when they was in light and they presumptuously sinned against Yahweh. We ain't never did that. So you have never done worse than your fathers. I hope you ain't burnt none of your children to no gods. I hope you ain't did none of the terrible things that Yahweh said our fathers did. And I know you ain't. So I know you haven't done worse than your fathers. But I'm letting you know these things to allow you to understand how to read your Bible. Time and place. Every verse. Not some verses. Not just the book of the prophets. Every verse. Read it according to time and place. And you will get a way greater understanding.
Okay.
Is there any comments or questions? I got another one. I said I would try to remember and ask the audience at the end of the presentation. My other question was, and anybody can answer the question, what is your iniquity? Would somebody love to entertain that for me? Maybe ain't nobody hear me. What is your iniquity?
We were born into this.
That is the truth. Is that your iniquity?
No. We were born into this hell.
Well, in all actuality, sister, you answered the question correctly and truthfully. And it is your iniquity. Our iniquity. If we try to weigh up anything on us today, see, don't forget, we're going to be clean from iniquity. We're going to be clean from sin. So I'm asking a very intelligent question. What is your iniquity? And you just answered that very intelligent question. You answered it by saying, we born into it. Well, our iniquity is what we born into. Our iniquity is not what we doing. Our iniquity is what we born into. So the Almighty talk about cleaning us up, whoever them people is, cleaning them up from idolatry, from all the things you're going to find yourself doing in a defiled land. And that's what the Almighty said He's going to clean us up from. But those are not the iniquities that was done in the land. See, we just being a recipient of the punishment. The exact iniquities, none of us can ever show. We can't show it because we have never been under the covenant and committed iniquity. So we can't never show that. That's why I love to ask people that, because we got people saying we need to go out here in front of the heathen and confess our iniquities. And the same people that's teaching that right now, I asked them. I said, what is your iniquity? They told me to look at the news. What? And if I'm a liar, I know they might be listening. All you got to do is come on and tell me a liar, because that's exactly what you told me. Look on the news. That is not the iniquities that you find in this book. What's going on in today's news? That's current events. They getting current events mixed up with iniquities. That's current events. That is not iniquities.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought that I'll run that across you, because a lot of people is going to tell you that you are committing iniquities. When you study your Bible diligently, please someone tell me what was the iniquities of our fathers? Was not the iniquities of our fathers going against the covenant of the law? Every one of them. Every iniquity that you will ever find Yahweh charging the children of Israel doing was against the covenant of the law. Every one of them. In Leviticus, the 26th chapter, the Almighty even said, confess that you have walked contrary to Yahweh and Yahweh have walked contrary to you. How in the heck can we walk contrary to our Creator if we was never set on the path. If we were born in hell, how do we walk contrary? So you got to be on the right path to walk contrary to it. You got to be on the right path to be to rebel against it. You got to be on the right path to reject it.
Mm-hmm.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? I ain't got no more questions.
Okay, this is Brother Gershon.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, shalom. How you doing, sister, and all the brothers and sisters out there? Good, good. Brother Shemuel, one of the things too that people don't seem to recognize that Yahweh called this out. When He speaks, He ain't guessing. It's when He says if, because He already know what we gonna do. He said it. He knew they was gonna do it.
Absolutely.
And His prophets do it too. So one of the things that they're not taking into consideration, or I don't think, I can't say what they're really thinking or but I can say what I used to think, and until I saw this was absolutely amazing, is that Yahweh tells that Israel that it was going to come a time when they would be without a priest, without a king, and it said for many, many days. And when we look at days, I think people might think that's just talking about a particular time and place. But when He said many, many days, that transcends times and places. Because we are without a priest today. We are without the ephod. We are without all the things that Yahweh gave to Israel for guidance. And we don't have that today. So some people think they priests. I was listening to a radio show, and the brother was on there telling people to come get a number, and they can hit the lottery with it, because he's what do you call himself? We say he a prophet, and he got the numbers. But you know, that was back in the day. But when I say that time and place, I mean that might have been about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago when I heard him talking like that. I ain't heard nobody talk like that today. But this is still in my lifetime. So that might have been 20, 30, 15, 40 years ago, maybe even longer than that. But the key is this is still a lifetime. So many, many days don't just mean days. It could mean 1,000 years. It could be a couple of thousand years. Because when Yahweh returns, His word will stand. And it'll stand throughout time. So that's a comment that I wanted to make. And I'd love to hear your comment about it. Shalom.
Shalom, my brother. I mean, it was a great comment. Trying to make a distinction between the days, and when we hear renderings of our fathers talking about the last day or the end day, it denoted their days. It's not talking about the end of the world as our brothers have taught us. We thought that when certain prophets was talking to the people and they made a statement about the end time, it was dealing with their time, their warfare. The Almighty used, and that's a good verse, Isaiah 40:1. In many of your scriptures, you're going to find the word warfare. Well, transliterate the word warfare, and it will give you appointed time. So there was appointed time for all the things that Isaiah, Jeremiah had told the people. and we just revealed it, that appointed time. It was the time when Cyrus was born and raised up as a king. That was the appointed time, because he was the one that made the decree, and this decree is going throughout the earth. Don't forget, Ahasuerus, which was probably a grandson or so of Cyrus, had 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia. And he told everybody, Yahweh said for me to let these people go. And I bet not find nobody messing with them. Matter of fact, I'm about to hand him a letter, and they're going to walk with this letter. If anybody tried to do anything to them, the king was going to whoop you first. I ain't even said what Yahweh was going to do to you. I'm just letting you know what the king was going to do. And why was the king going to do that? Because Yahweh anointed that man from birth. He don't even know what he's supposed to do on this earth until that spirit is in him, and then all of a sudden he don't know why he's doing it. Besides what is the spirit in him, he cannot tell you why is he making a decree. Even some of his men say, hey, man, don't do that. If you do that, they ain't going to pay no more tribute or nothing. But all he can do is say, let them go. And matter of fact, go get all that treasure. Go back in the treasure house and get all that stuff that King Nebuchadnezzar took from them. All that stuff came back, y'all. And we had prophets that was speaking like the people today. They don't know the difference between times. We had a prophet named Hananiah, and we had another prophet. And they both didn't understand time. And they were telling the people, hey, we ain't going to be here long. I prophesied in 2 years, we out of here. And all the things that they took is going to come back. Almighty said, hey, Jeremiah, go hurry up and tell him he's wrong, and tell him he's so wrong to where he is teaching rebellion against Yahweh. And that man died. He died way before he told the people they was going to leave. He told the people they was going to leave in 2 years. I think he died in 2 months. You are not to tell Israel anything against what Yahweh said. If Yahweh got it hooked up to where at the expected end, then I'm going to bring you back, then that's what you better say. You better not make that expected end 2 days or 2 years, or you might wind up dead, just like the prophet was. Dead. For rebelling, teaching rebellion against Yahweh. And that's what it is. So if you teaching me, let me just finish this part. If you teaching me that we going home this year, last year, year before, however you want to add up 400 years based on 1619, guess what? You in the same state as Hananiah. Because that is not truth. And you can't prove it. Genesis 15 has been fulfilled, Israel. If not, how did we ever make it in the land? How did we ever make it under a covenant to break it if Genesis 15 has never been fulfilled? Great comments, great question. I think he was about to respond back at me.
Yes, brother. I wanted to share something else, insight, which comes from Yahweh, but through the wisdom, Lady Wisdom. And, when Israel don't listen, and then they decide they're going to do something that Yahweh already told them to do, we got that record to prove to us that's what happened when Yahweh was dealing with Israel in the land. They were told to do something, and they decide they're not going to do it. Then after the prophet gets sent to them and warn them and tell them what they done wrong, now they want to do it. And you can't change just because you feel like it and you think it's the right thing. It's the same when going out to war. If they went out to war without Yahweh, they was in error. If you try to say you under the law, keeping the law now, and Yahweh is saying the opposite, you wrong, you in error. The same thing, and what usually happened, at least the incident that I'm speaking of, was where he told them, because the prophet tried to remove the yoke of wood, he was going to put a yoke of iron on them behind him.
Absolutely.
He caused that from trying to move against the word of Yahweh. When Yahweh speaks, that is what's going to happen. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to throw that in, and I thank you for that comment. I just wanted to ask one question on that, and that would be, so when you talk about Yaacob's ladder, are you saying that we're not we're not still transversing through that period?
You saying Yaacob'S Troubles? It said Yaacob's ladder. You talking about the troubles?
Yeah, I meant trouble. Yeah.
Yaacob'S
Trouble, because I've heard ministers speak on that and say we're not in Yaacob'S trouble. So I just want to throw that out there to take the opportunity to see what you might have to comment on that.
Well, I totally disagree with all the evidence that we have, and as it states, and this is what I lean my hat on. According to Psalm 78, it tells us something, and we know that we ain't the fathers. We know we Johnny come lately, and Johnny come lately, it tells us something about Johnny come lately. In Psalm 78, it says, and I'll just go straight to the point, it tells us in the 6th verse, and the 7th verse, and it reads, I'll start at the 5th verse. For he established a testimony in Jacob, and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, okay? That the generation to come, we are of their children. We just found ourselves born in hell. We just found ourselves out of the land for almost 2,000 years, even though we got many brothers and sisters saying it's only been 400 years. But ain't nobody showed me one place dealing with history where Israel was a nation of people in the land of Canaan 400 years ago. I even gave them an extra year. I said, show me where they were in the land in the 1400s. And I haven't received an answer yet, because there is no answer. There is no proof by way of history that Israel was in their land in the 1500s under the covenant of the law. They broke it, and Yahweh sent them here. There is no proof whatsoever in the world in the 1500s.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells us in the 6th verse that the generation to come might know them, even the children which shall be born, who shall arise and declare them into their children. So the more we have children, these things are supposed to continue to be declared. All right? Why? It says in the 7th verse that they, the new children, the new generation, that they might set their hope in Elohim and not forget the works of Elohim, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. So I teach based on this knowledge that we are always to continue to tell our children what our Creator has said and done. That way, they will have hope. So even though they might not be under the Yaacob'S troubles that is found in Jeremiah 30 and 7, in their knowledge and in their hope and in their faith they still find themselves under the same situation, needing Yahweh to save them, just like our fathers needed Yahweh to save them out of Jacob's trouble. So no, we're not under Jacob's trouble according to Jeremiah 30:7, but we are truly under Jacob's trouble with Jacob's children being in another man's land, being serviced and afflicted, needing to be saved out of it. So we are truly in trouble.
In trouble.
Clarify this for me, brother. When you said, as you were reading verse 7, did you say, let me repeat, did you say that they might set their hope on Elohim and not forget the works of Elohim, but diligently seek his commandments or keep his commandments?
It says keep. It says keep his commandments.
Now, go ahead.
No, I was just going to try to expound on that a bit. That is saying it ain't allowing us to know what generation. So if it's a generation that is back in the land, well, the 8th verse says it might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart upright and whose spirit was not steadfast with Elohim. So with us reading these words, teaching these words to our children, our hope is that our children have hope in the words that we just taught them, have faith in the words that we just taught them, and be not like our fathers. So if you found yourself back in the land under the covenant of the law, this would be telling you that not to be like your fathers. Do everything that Yahweh said. Don't forsake nothing that Yahweh said. So that's what you would have for a child that was in the land under the covenant of the law. The children that ain't in the land and under the covenant of the law, they supposed to take these words, and these words supposed to be their hope. These words supposed to be their faith. See, you can be gone for so long, and you might lose hope. And let me show you that in Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. These are living people. These living people. But they ain't in the land, and they in Jacob's trouble. But look what they say. Look what they saying in the 37th chapter. It says, Ezekiel 37, I'll pick up at the 10th verse. It says, so I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceedingly great army. Then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, look at this, our bones are dry, and our hope is lost. And you supposed to apply Psalm 78 straight to this because it denotes the same thing. That's why it told us to teach our children that they hope do not get lost, because time can make you lose your hope. So here it is. Hold on, let me just finish this out. Here it is. It says in the 11th verse, then he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, to those that think their hope is lost, to those that forgot the great works of their Creator. It says, therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am Yahweh when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and ye shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall you know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it, performed it, said Yahweh. So you definitely want to keep teaching your children and any other brother and sister what Yahweh have said and done. Because once all hope is lost, they might act like the woman that you find in Hosea, I think it's the 4th chapter, where after she leaned it so much on her lovers, she finally turned back to her husband. She finally turned back to the Elohim that was providing for her. So if you got that hope out there, if you have taught what Yahweh has said and done, when a man give up on everything else, guess what he's going to look up to? His creator. He's going to look up to heaven. He's going to seek an answer from heaven. Well, that the Elohim of heaven already got his children on earth with the word. And those children on earth supposed to show you this word. And you supposed to get your hope out of this word based on what Yahweh have already said and based on what he done. Our hope is based on what Yahweh already said and what he have done. Our hope and our faith do not supposed to be based on some book or what somebody else said and done. Israel's hope have always been in what Yahweh already said and what he have already done.
Yes. And thank you, brother. And the reason why I brought that up is because, I'm dealing with the Septuagint, right? And it's supposed to be 1,300 years before the very first Masoretic text, even from which the Great Bible or the Bishop's Bible, both being used in England, were even printed. But it says but diligently seek his commandments. And to me, when you were speaking earlier in reference to how the children of Israel would be thirsty, and you said this ain't talking about water. This is talking about Yahweh's word. I see where this right here aligns with your comment here because, we only have the scraps. We have whatever's left after the pickings and the going overs of the heathen. We getting our books from them. And we don't have none of our fathers guarding the actual scriptures of Yahweh. But what we do have, what Yahweh is about our hearts. So those who are sincere, they will seek out his commandments. They will seek them out, is what this is saying, that they should not be as their fathers. That's because they desire not to be like their fathers. That's because they have to seek it out. They don't have a guarantee what they have. But Yahweh judging the heart again. And it just says a perverse and provoking generation, a generation which set not its heart aright, and its spirit was not steadfast with Yahweh. So in that seeking his commandments, as we seek today in studying with you and hearing your presentation, that says a lot because it's talking about the heart. We ain't necessarily, being in the enemy's land, going to have all the facts. May not even have the correct understanding. But it's what's in our heart, our desire, even because we're thirsty without having the books that have been guarded and the tradition of Yahweh that would have been guarded by our forefathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers.
Let me say this, brother. I agree with you. And basically what you brought forth is, as you stated, it coincides with the whole presentation for real. But one thing I say before I start the presentations is, first and foremost, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein. And if one truly mean what they just quoted, you would know what that means. If we are dealing with the Creator of the heaven and earth, there is nothing that his creation can do against it. If the Almighty wanted what we got to be available, guess what? You got it. See, now we might think we need more. We might have found out, well, hey, they said there's some more books. Hey, they said there's some books that they ain't even going to put in the Holy Scripture. And then we'll say, hey, they said there's some books that they took out of the Holy Scripture. All right, fine. We can go with that report all you want. But still, when you go with that report, please make sure you remember who in charge. And who is that? Who is that, brother?
It's Yahweh, brother.
There you go. There you go. I'm asking you that. I'm asking you that for the people that's listening. I already know that you understand it based on what you just said in Psalm 78. My point is, I don't want nobody to think. I don't want nobody to think based on tradition that this white man doing something. I done told the story of Job over and over again. And y'all that has been listening should know that not just the white man, but Satan, the adversary himself, can't do nothing without Yahweh allowing it. So if Yahweh wants you to have the words that he wants you to have, guess what, Israel? You got them in your hand. Because Satan can't stop him, and the white man sure can't stop him.
Hallelujah.
I got it.
We ain't going to keep going back. We passed 2 minutes, Red. Hold on. Go ahead, brother. What you going to say? Go ahead. Hold on, my brother. Hold on. Let Gershon go ahead with that last one.
That's what I wanted to thank you, brother. Let me get that last one in. So in reading this scripture, through this Septuagint, by L.C.L. Brenton, what I realized is that Satan is not the enemy. Satan is an agent of Yahweh, and his job that he was created to do is to rob, steal, kill, and destroy the wicked.
Who? Who is that? Who is that?
Lucifer is
his job is what?
His job is to rob, steal, kill, and destroy the wicked. And and he's an agent of Yahweh. That's the only reason why he could go before it. But through the common King James version and what people have clung to because of Christianity, it was something created for England. The point is that they got people believing that Satan is the enemy, when actually it's Lucifer. And Lucifer is identified as the bright morning star, and also Jesus himself identified himself as the bright morning star in Revelations, which would be the reason why it says he didn't think it was robbery to consider himself equal with God. He didn't think it was robbery to do that, but the only person that thinks that way is Lucifer. So Satan is not, and the scriptures here even says through the Scranton, through the Brenton Septuagint, I would suggest everybody, if they ain't never heard of it, check it out. But it does say this. It says that he who curses Satan curses himself. And Lucifer ain't never been up to talk to Yahweh since his butt got cast down. Well, let me be respectful. Since he got casted down. He ain't had no conversations with Yahweh. Satan is an agent of Yahweh. He works for Yahweh. So the wicked can bet on this. If they wicked and remain wicked and they got a wicked heart, Yahweh's mercy going to extend out as they go down their road that they choose to go down. That's why he tell us not to interfere with people's destinies, because his mercy is even in that destiny. But eventually that day going to come where you're going to be facing Satan. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, You took me a long way. You took me a long way on that one, and that one really didn't have nothing to do with the first two. You took that a little even farther, trying to explain Satan.
Even though it's the truth, regardless. Hold
on, brother.
I'm not saying that. I was just making that comment because somebody said something was said about Satan as if he's the enemy. Satan is the one that's the prosecutor of Yahweh. He's the one that's he don't believe. In other words, he's looking for those who are looking to go astray. He's looking for those because he can't touch you we got the story of Job as an example, but he can't touch you if you live right because Yahweh God has established as such, and he don't want to touch you if you living right. He's going after the ones that's faking.
Well, again, as the Bible teach, Satan, the name Satan is nothing but an adversary. You don't even have to use the name Satan. You can just use the term adversary. And an adversary, you look up the word adversary, you will find that an adversary is against, or adversarial spirit is against the will and the spirit of the Most High. So when you got people with the spirit of the Most High, the adversary finds himself going to and fro throughout the earth, every day, all day. And when they go to and fro throughout the earth, they are looking for the weak. The adversarial spirit is looking for the weak. Thus, as you just stated about the story of Job, and we got a great presentation called How to Defeat Satan. We done did that probably 4 years ago. Look it up on YouTube. How to Defeat Satan. And it lets us know that Satan can't do nothing against anyone unless they forsake the Most High. You got to forsake the Most High for Satan to touch you. And Satan and the Almighty allow us to know, as I said about Satan, as I said about the white man, if the Almighty want his word to be in the earth, they can't do nothing but publish it. Because the Almighty said, have you considered my servant Job? And the adversary said, well, I would, but I noticed you got a hedge around him, so allow us to know he ain't more powerful than the Creator. And tradition have taught that there's a war going on, and the war is against Yahweh and Satan. That's what tradition teach. Well, if you think about that fight, it ain't no fight. It's like a heavyweight champion of the world fighting an amateur, because I control everything, even the adversary. So again, the adversary said, I can't do nothing to this man because you got the hedge on him, or hedge around him. And the Almighty told the adversary, well, I'm going to remove the hedge, and I'm going to put him in your hands, to where you can afflict him, cause him misery, all that. You just can't take his life. And let's see if he become weak. Let's see if he lose his integrity. And according to the story, he was a recipient of a double portion, and that means blessings, because he stood firm throughout the trial of the adversary. So again, the reason I stated Satan, I wanted people to know the adversary, the white man, whoever you want to put up and think that his wisdom can outdo Yahweh to where he can stop Yahweh's word for being in the earth, that is a lie, and that is an error when we think about the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. He is that. So there's nothing that he created that can stop him. not even us.
Yes,
and that's all I was trying to state. On that Satan, on that Satan and Lucifer, we can bring that up another day. But please check out how to defeat Satan, because we're talking about all those things in that presentation.
Okay, and that's totally in line with what I'm saying here, is that to defeat Satan is simple. You know what I mean? And I will check out the video. I haven't seen it, but it's obvious to me it has to do with your heart. And I only wanted to end it with this on the part about Satan messing with Job. He wasn't looking for Job. He wasn't even thinking about Job. In my understanding, that Yahweh's the one that brought Job up to him. So
that's what I stated that, bro. I already stated that.
Yeah, because it sounded like you said, I thought I heard something else. So
no, I stated it. And like I said, just listen to the presentation, because we really going on the whole subject, different subject matter, brother. We on Yaacob'S Troubles. We talking about Satan now, and that's a whole different subject matter.
I got you, but this is a free comment, and I can say whatever is on my heart, okay? And I know that. So this is what I want you to address, and that's the reason why I put it out there. This ain't got nothing to do with me trying to conform to anything other than Yahweh's word. So I appreciate that, and it's to help me grow. I got to throw it out there. I ain't trying to do nothing else. So I
know that, brother, but 2 minutes, and you know I was way longer than 2 minutes. So I understand all you're saying, but you still got to go according to the protocol. You got other people was trying to talk too, don't forget, and we talking about another subject.
Okay, all right.
But check out the presentation.
I'm going to do that, and I take my way over the 2 minutes gladly. I take it this time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Shalom.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Shalom, my brother. Shalom. Yes, excellent presentation. Allow all praises to the Most High. Just to, touch base and absolute agreement based on what you was already saying. That trust, that having that understanding, knowing that the Most High is in control, knowing that alone, as stated, nothing can go against that. Nothing can stop that. And what he wants us to know, he has given it to us. Then there's those that will question that, but those that know that will have that strong base, that strong understanding, knowing what's before me is all that he has given. And if there's any further understanding, he will make it known through what he already has set forth, so that we can understand who we are and the things that has befallen our forefathers, and tie it in to what he already has stated and said. But there's nothing. Even we see examples of him sending the adversary against the King David, to number, the children of Yashrael and but he said, why would you do that? What the Most High has already done this, and he was displeased. And he didn't even number all of them. He left few tribes out. But again, we see the Most High, sending the adversary accordingly. Everything is in obedience to him of his creation. When we talk about the angels, Malachims, those messengers that he sent, even the lion spirit that was sent to be a lion spirit in the mouth of the prophet to overthrow Ahab, all was sent, from the Most High. But again, there's nothing that can go against the Most High. There is no war against the Most High, and that's what, many don't understand. So what he has given us is all that we need. He knows best. He created us, and we're, like he said, when he begins to awaken and to rise up to understand what's before us, I believe it's stated in Joel, the 3rd chapter, we will become witnesses of what's written, but he is the one who's going to confirm it with our spirit. So, yeah, I just want to just touch base on that, and the Most High is absolutely in control, and there's nothing no one can do unless he allows it, as stated in Lamentations. The Most High has been an adversary against us, or enemy to us, because they have broken the covenant, so he turned his face against them. All this comes through understanding and realizing who has all authority and power. So again, I just want to say those words, just confirming those things. Allow y'all, excellent presentation, and all praises to the Most High, my brother.
Hallelujah. And that was very wisely spoken, as all the comments were, and it again allows us to know that Yahweh is in charge of everything. My recollection kind of slipped me a little bit when you talked about David. I do remember when David was counting the children of Israel, but I might have to read it again, but I thought the story said that the priests left out 2 tribes, because what David had commanded the people to do was against the Most High. So I think, if my recollection served me right,
yes,
David started to count, but the priests left out 2 tribes. And it really helped David, because he never gave the count. He never gave the right count. So it really helped David. But I thought it was 2. I thought it was the priests left out the 2 tribes in the count. So David never really gave the whole number.
Yeah, that's right. And then when the prophet said, choose one of these 3 that should happen, and then that's when they slaughtered out. I forget the number of people.
Right.
He told David to choose. Absolutely.
Where's that?
I
David realized he sinned at that point because it was against the Most High. That's right.
Right. I was agreeing with everything you said. I just thought that last little part, I thought it was the priests or somebody like that was the ones that didn't get the full count or something like that, left out the 2 tribes.
Absolutely, I remember. Yeah, Joab. I couldn't think of his name at the time. Joab is general.
Okay.
He left out. Yeah, he didn't count the 2 because he was angry against King David, and he felt David was wrong in that matter. But David sent them, his word proceed, prevailed against him, so he went, but he left out the 2 counts. Absolutely.
Okay.
Joab.
But that was a good. That was a good testimony, though, because that testimony showed that Yahweh also used the adversary against his beloved, which was David. He used the adversary against him.
That's right.
Yes, sir. So it allows us to know that, again, Yahweh is in control of everything, even the adversary.
So clarification, then, you're saying that
yes.
I want to make sure that I understand. So what you're saying is that it wasn't the fact that David counted when he knew he wasn't supposed to count. It's something other than that, is what you're saying?
No, that's exactly the problem. He know that we were not to count. See, the Almighty said, remember what he promised Abraham from the beginning. He said, if you can count these stars, so will your seed be. It's also written in the scriptures that the seed should be as the sand of the seashore that cannot be numbered. So you don't want to make Yahweh out of a liar. So why would you go number it when I said that the seed should be as the sand of the sea that should not be numbered? Now, how in the heck you going to come up with a number? That's where he's getting in trouble at. That's where he's getting in trouble.
Especially since he got told directly.
Well, we know it was told directly in the metaphorically sense when he told our father. He said, count the stars. If thou can't tell, so will thy seed be. Did Abraham ever give a number? Absolutely not. The scripture says that your seed should be as the sand of the sea. Have anybody ever really gave the number of the children of Israel? No, because you don't supposed to, based on what Yahweh's word is. He said you will not be able to number them. Ain't that what he said? So if a man come back and say, well, I numbered them, well, if you did, it's by way of disobedience, because I done stated that you will not be able to number these seeds. So that's where it's coming from. That's where it's actually coming from. What was already said way before David was born. These things were said before David was born.
Right. But that didn't have anything to do with him being told specifically not to number that particular group at that time, because there are times when he told them to number the people. So
yeah, but they don't never give you the whole number. You never get the whole number, though. Somebody is always left out. If you search those testimonies where it talk about they numbering or not numbering, see do you ever get the whole number. Show me one person that got the whole number in your book.
Well, I went through that years some time ago, and I thought for sure that there was a time when the whole group was numbered. I mean, it was I can't remember what it was.
Get me the scripture, Dred. That's what I'm saying, because we're going on what we think we remember. Get me the scripture. Get me the scripture, and we'll go over that next week. I promise you. Bring it out next week. I promise you we go over it.
Okay. And then I just wanted to end this. I wasn't trying to cause a conflict. I just wanted you to know, remember, a long time ago when I first came on board, I told you I'd been studying a long time. I wasn't a part of any group, but I was being led in the heart, in the spirit that was given to me to search the scriptures. And I was coming out of Christianity, and Yahweh's spirit, the wisdom that he gave me, led me through so many books. It was incredible. I mean, not incredible, but just unbelievable. And but the point that I'm only trying to make is you can't tell me, from what I have seen with my eyes, can't nobody tell me that there is confusion for Israel right now, because the enemy, who happens to be the devil or the devil's seed, Lucifer's seed, that they literally ain't controlling what we got. And they got a right to do it, because currently this is our punishment. They can give us whatever they want to give us. But my only point was, it's our hearts. The only thing you got left when you're born as a slave, or whatever your condition may be, when you're born in this iniquity, the only thing you got is where your heart is at. So the key is whether you got the word, or you hearing the word, or don't have the word. It's what your heart is about. And Yahweh say the good gonna get better and the wicked gonna get worse, and let people go down their destiny. Because within that destiny, I thought it was cruel, and I didn't understand it, but I prayed about it, and Yahweh revealed to me in his word that what that means is within that destiny is even his mercy. His mercy even goes into that destiny. So he don't just abandon people, because he don't delight in the destruction of the wicked even. So I just wanted to throw that out there, because you had said before, that's the name of the book. I told you the name of the book. I was going to get it for you. It's LCL Brenton, Brenton, and it's 1,300 years before the so-called Jews, Masoretic text, to and Christianity that most of us have, especially Israel, thinking that the King James is the book. King James wrote that book so that it would conform to what they wanted. So if you want a more accurate understanding of what Yahweh's word was, this comes directly from the Hebrew into the Greek when they were speaking Greek for the brothers Israel. So that's what I was just trying to say, and I'm not boasting and saying this is the one, but there's been many Septuagints, but you can read the history and find out there's one thing that all of you that's listening right now to the sound of this voice, by the grace of Yahweh, you can read the forewords in these books, and they will tell you honestly what their translation or what they tried to do with that book. Some of them is trying to confirm it to Christianity, to take it up to the King James, because that's based off of Christianity in England and France and all that stuff. But then there's a few, and L.C. Brenton is one of them, who his only desire was to translate from the Hebrew directly from the Greek, which was directly from the Hebrew for the Hebrews. So that's what I just wanted to throw that out, because there are some interesting things, Brother Shemuel. I don't know, you might already have this one, but it's worth looking at. That's all I'm saying. It's worth looking at.
I don't disagree with you. I called it, you said it the right way, the Sepulchre or whatever. I used to call it the Sepulchre. If you hear the word Sepulchre, that's what I meant. And I've studied many of those books. I know all about the translations and the transliterations. I know all about the Bibles being transliterated based on who was ruling in France and Rome and all those places where the Bible was being printed. I know all that information, brother. And what I have said over and over again, it's always good to have more than one translation. Every day I sit, or every week, I sit over here and do the presentation. I have this book sitting right before me. It is called The Word, the Bible from 26 translations. The translation that you got is in this book. It is 26 translations in this one book that's before me every presentation. So I understand what you're saying. The Septuagint is not the best. It is known as one of the older ones. It is known to be transliterated, and some of them are even transliterated from Aramaic, because that's what the language many of the Israelites in the world were speaking during the reign of Babylon. So, again, it's always good to have more than one translation. We always said that, and we used to use the word version, because you have version, and then you look up in other translations, you might have a maid. You might have young lady. Well, all those things denote the version. It's just maybe a weaker, if one want to say that, a weaker translation, but usually translations come by way of time and period. The time you living under is what caused the translation. See, like example, if you're dealing with the Hebrew time, and then you found yourself in the Greek time, where it might call for a translation. If you came in the Greek time and found yourself in the Romans time, well, it might call for a transliteration. And that's why we have so many versions of the Bible. Crimson, I can't think of all these people's names right now, because that ain't what my mind was set on. But King James, Crimmins, or whatever his name, all those guys that had
Jonathan.
Yeah, all those guys that had these different translations is under their rulership, under their name. And they was doing it, and they was doing it to be for real, if you do the study on all of them, you will find that they did it to preserve the word. That's what it's all about. All these we've been taught that the transliterations is to do away with the word. Well, no. The New Testament and all that was made for that. When they transliterated the Hebrew to any other language, it was to preserve the word. Why do you think the Bible is translated in every language? To preserve the word. That's what it's done. That's why it's so many. But like I said, that's another day. And it's 10:45. Okay. That's a whole nother day, brother. I appreciate it. I just wanted y'all to know I have a lot of knowledge on transliteration.
Yes. And thank you, brother, for addressing that for me.
You're more than welcome.
I was thirsty on that.
You're all right. Is there any other comments or questions? It is 10:45, and I'm about to watch a fight. Is there any other comments or questions?
I just want to say great presentation, brother. Appreciate it as always.
Hallelujah.
Thank you for your hard work.
Appreciate your question.
You inspire me, brother, big time. I needed you in my life.
Hallelujah. I need y'all in mine. It tells us, let's end this presentation. We're gonna end it with the psalm that Brother Yamin started with. Brother Yamin, you still on the line? I think he is not. We're going to end it with Psalms 14. But before I end it, Brother Yamin was going to come on, and his comment was for the listening audience. And he was going to ask you to subscribe to the House of Yeshurun on YouTube and to give a like or dislike to the presentations that you hear. We putting them up, and I brought this up the other day, and he said he was going to bring it up because most times I forget it. But I noticed on one of the YouTube things, I'm only got like 26, 27, 29 subscribers. But when I look at the presentations, it has been viewed. They have been viewed maybe 100 or more, but I don't see the subscribers. And the reason I'm asking for you to subscribe, that way every time we post something, you are the first one to know. You're the first one to know every time we post a lesson on YouTube, you're going to be notified. So that's one of the main reasons you want to subscribe. Of course, I want you to read them. Listen to them and study them and take down your notes. But please subscribe and hit your like button, or if you don't like it, there's a button that say you like and there's a button that say you dislike. So please subscribe and hit the like button if you like. And that's all I would like to say, and end with Psalms 14.
Okay, how you spell Yeshurun, brother? How you spell Yeshurun?
YESHURUN.
Okay, thank you.
The House of Yeshurun, and you should see a gold lion. That's the picture we use, the profile picture we use, and it's a gold lion, and it should be the House of Yeshurun. I don't even know too many blacks, Israelites, that even calling themselves the House of Yeshurun. So if you start seeing all that black, that's us. Everybody else is calling themselves the House of Yeshurun on YouTube. Most of the ones I've seen are white boys.
And you know what? That's kind of funny, Brother Shemuel, because in 2007, when I joined the Masoretic, or Moshiach, I should say, Brotherhood over here, that's the name that they go by, House of Yeshurun. They go by that name, House of Yeshurun. It's amazing that here I am right here, but I wasn't happy there at all because they were.
But the House of Yeshurun just mean upright, the upright ones, and that's what Yahweh called it our fathers in the wilderness before they waxed it fat.
That's what it means.
It means the upright ones, and that's what Yahweh called it our fathers in the wilderness before they waxed it fat and kicked. When they waxed it fat and kicked, they was no longer called Yeshurun. They were just called good old Israel. he took that Yeshurun right off of them. But when we come back, we will be under the House of Yeshurun. Watch this. A new name. Yes. Let us all turn to Psalms 14. We're in on this note. We're going to end on the same note that we started on. Our brothers started reading Psalms 53, talking about the sinfulness of men, and I'm going to end with Psalms 14, talking about the sinfulness of men. And Psalms 14 and Psalms 53 says the exact same thing, except Psalms 53 have one verse different than Psalms 14, and that is the 6th verse. I just let y'all know that. Y'all can examine both chapters. 14 and 53 are both saying the same thing. And this
would you like me to read from the Septuagint this time?
No, I'm fine, brother.
Okay.
It reads.
I just offered.
It reads. Like I said, study that, Dred. Don't just go straight head in there. Study that, because I can show you the errors in that too. It says in Psalms 14 and 1. And now let me just say this real quick. The reason why I use the King James Version is because I have several years of experience with other versions. So when I read King James, a lot of times if y'all listening to me, I might say, in the King James, it says this, but I hurry up and give you the original Hebrew word that's there. So a lot of times I can read King James Version because I know how to replace the words that I see before me. That's why I read it. That's why I read it. Even though the King James might not be the best version in the world, it is good enough to read. And mostly all the understanding that I have done came by way of this King James. Even though I use other sources to go over what I'm studying, still I'm using King James as the main book because I can read it. Because I can read it.
Absolutely. And I
can read it. A lot of people can't, though. A lot of people can't, and a lot of people ain't, based on the rumors that has been told. I know people will not deal with the New Testament, with the King James, because they say King James was gay. Well, I don't know who else was gay, but we're going to have versions, and I guarantee you read them, and you might even say, oh, this is a good one. I can understand this version a lot, until you find out that he was gay, or he was this, or that, or another. See, what he is don't make... And another thing, and I'm really getting off the track, but King James ain't wrote nothing. King James has a version of the Hebrew Bible. That's it. And there's many people that have versions of the Hebrew Bible. He didn't write no Bible. He didn't say, with my gay self in the beginning. No. He ain't wrote nothing. He's transliterating from the Hebrew, and that's a big difference. And many people think when you transliterating, you wrote that. Because many people have said King James wrote that, and he ain't wrote nothing. If you know the story, he supposed to had, I think it was 72 elders of the Hebrews to translate that. I think that's what it says, if my recollection served me right. So he ain't wrote nothing. They all transliterate from the Hebrew. That's all you got. I don't care what translation you got. They all supposed to be transliterations from the Hebrew. Some is better than others. They all good. Because if I just put it this way, what if you only had the King James Version? Would you throw it away?
No,
I doubt it.
But
I doubt it. So it lets us know that no matter how good it is, it's still the word, and the only goodness that we're dealing with is the transliteration. So one might have said virgin, the other one might have said young lady, the other one might have said a damsel. Still the same thing.
Well, it's actually a little more difficult than that, because the only reason why I started investigating the King James and other versions is because after I lost my dear mother, I was in dire straits, man. I was tanking, and I was reaching out to people because I didn't know anybody, and I was reaching out to anybody and everybody that was on the phone, and a young lady took to me on the phone, and she said, let's have a Bible study. And I needed that because I had lost my mother, and that was what I needed, that catalyst that really pushed me into and closer to Yahweh and trying to seek God at that time. So while she was reading, she had her Bible, and she said, open to such and such. And I opened to it, and we was talking, and I had the King James Version, and she had a different version, or she had the King James, and I had a Dewey or somebody. But the point is that when the King James Version was read, I was like, this thou and this, and if thy when the people shall elect and their cup runneth over. It was something like that. And so, and I said to her, I said, what did yours say? And she read it again, and I said, wow. Okay, she said, well, read yours. And when I read mine, it was so clear because it wasn't talking about a cup runneth over. It was talking about the people having a wicked heart, and their minds, what the politicians that they were going to select were going to be wicked, and they were going to rejoice in wickedness. That's how corrupt they was going to become. So the difference that I'm only trying to stress here, the reason why I'm telling people they need to look while we are out of the land. I wouldn't put my nickels on any one of these versions and just hold on to it. I would say constantly study, dig, and look through all the scriptures, because these people wasn't trying to, Lucifer's children, his seed ain't trying to make it easy for us. That's all I'm saying. And when I read that, it was so clear compared to King James. I started comparing a lot of versions, Brother Samuel, as I studied. And then I started having two. That was the next level Yahweh took me to. And I'm telling you, my eyes was really opened about a lot of things, because the King James they hiding stuff. You got the Masons who are behind it. You got other groups that's behind this, and no, they're not trying to make this available for Israel to wake up and walk right into. I have to say that. I'm going to say that as a correction to anybody that thinks that these books was put out here to help Israel. They put out here to keep us from waking up. So you got to study, and you got to research, and you got to compare. I would not recommend just holding on to any particular version, but constantly cross-referencing. And as far as the Hebrew concordances and all that kind of stuff, again, what's important is what the message is. What's important is when you do break down those words, that you make sure that you understand within the context what Yahweh is telling you, or what he was telling Israel, our forefathers at the time, to understand where he's really coming from. That's the key, because words don't necessarily line up and give you the full understanding of what's being said in the conversation. So that's all I was just trying to say and emphasize, because this is a matter of life and death, and that's why I said that. So that's all. Come on.
And we thank you for your comment again, brother. And like I said, we are to study as many translations as possible. Some people have a little more understanding and knowledge to where they can read out of the King James Version and expound while they are reading and tell you what you don't even see in that verse. And I have done it so many times. It is so many times that I have read verses and I stop and I tell you what's in your book, and then I tell you what this is saying.
Yes, you do.
So all we got to do is keep studying. Yeah, I ain't never told nobody where they got to be on one version. But what, like you said, what you really need to catch is the message and the spirit of the message, because the Almighty put us here. And I heard what you said about the enemy and making it easy for us or whatever. The Almighty had already told us that we was going to need the enemy for everything. And why did he tell us that? Because he put us in the hand of the enemies. He got the enemy upon us. And he even said, when the enemy do more than what I want him to do, I'm going to correct him. And that's why the enemy is being punished, is going to be punished for how they treated us. So again, with us knowing that we're going to need the enemy for everything, and Yahweh is in charge, I guarantee the white man, Satan, Lucifer, or anybody else you want to name cannot deceive Israel without Yahweh allowing it. If Yahweh allow it, then I don't care what translation you get. You had a subject, I guarantee it's wrong. If Yahweh allowing it to be wrong, it's going to be wrong. So our trust is in Yahweh. Yep. The word, we do have this as we have it. And a lot of people talk about the books that's missing and don't even know the books that they got. See, that's a problem too. We'll hurry up and miscredit something based on something that we ain't even read all the way through yet. But we already discredited based on the rumor. And we talk about books that's missing, and you ain't even understood the books that you got. Why would we? See, that's a trick. That's a trick to have you thinking about a book missing when you got books in front of you. And because you thinking about the book missing, you ain't searching these books in front of you that good, because you thinking about the books missing. So I would advise anyone, if they missing, guess who got them missing? Yahweh. So you ain't going to find them. And you got what you got before you. This is what you need to focus on. This right here, look how much this done helped us. Yeah, we might ain't read no Hebrew. We might ain't read this, that, and another, but look how much this done helped us thus far.
Hallelujah.
And he say, in all your getting of understanding, get a more perfect understanding. So the goal is to always strive, never just settle and get comfortable. Always strive.
Let me end the presentation by reading Psalm 14. Thank you, brother.
Okay, brother.
Oh, we at 11 o'clock. Y'all gonna keep me on this. I just talked for 4 hours, dog. I just talked for 4 hours, though, brother. Yeah, you saying that, but you ain't the one that read for 4 hours. I just read for 4 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, brother. Hold that thought. I know it can't be burning up that bad. Hold that thought the next week and bring it out.
Okay.
And we have all the time in the world. It's 11 o'clock, brother.
No, we don't. We ain't going to have all the time. You're going to cut me off.
We'll have a time for a good hour, or we can make that subject. The point is, Brother Gershon, the point is, I'm tired, man. It's 12. It's 11:02.
Forgive me, brother. I've been sleeping all day.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
It says in Psalms 14, the fool has said in his heart, there is no Elohim. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that does good. Yahweh looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand and seek Elohim. They are all gone aside. they are altogether become filthy. There is none that does good, no, not one. Have all the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and call not upon Yahweh? There were they in great fear, for Elohim is in the generation of the righteous. Ye have shamed the counsel of the poor, because Yahweh is his refuge. Oh, that the salvation of Israel were come out of Zion. When Yahweh bring back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and hallelujah, and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shalom, Israel.
Most High, family.
Hallelujah.